going to share my info as per usual. Then we can talk. Talk the talk. Talk the talk and sit the sit. Okay, don't eat. Don't. Okay. Wow, what? Okay, is my. Okay, that should be working. Huh? Huh. There we go. What the heck? Alright. Oh, yeah. So as I'm waiting for y'all to join up, I'm going to share some info. How are you doing? Hi Mitchell. How's it going? First one here. Hi Mr. Casey. Hey my friend. How are you doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Doing good. What's up? Share my info here. 1 second. 1 second. Hi. Hello Florida. Hello Florida James. Hi James Ventura. It's good to see you. I don't see you very often here. Hi Mitchell. Thank you. Looking great. Thank you very much. Wowzers, trousers. First thing I see on in my YouTube feed is everything that has to do with Epstein. David Bowie high on coke. Asmongold. Okay, let me see here. Let me share some info. But yeah, that all that Epstein stuff is getting creepier and creepier by the day, right? How many connections does one need to draw for a conspiracy theory to actually hold some credibility? How many patterns need to make sense and converge into one big issue for it to be legitimate, considered legitimate? I don't know, but like, this is something like Bohemian Grove and all that. That's something that people have known about for a long time, but the average person would be like, it's just a conspiracy. It's like tinfoil hat shit. But I'm thinking about that movie, Eyes Wide Shut, which I haven't seen. But I learned that Stanley Kubrick, he wanted to separate himself from Hollywood and that nasty machine. And because if you know anything about Stanley Kubrick, just look into like how he made The Shining. People think that he had undiagnosed Asperger's because he was like super obsessive and particular about how his films would be conducted. So Eyes Wide Shut is basically about Bohemian Grove and the Illuminati. And it's his last film. And I learned that he moved to London to set up his own filmmaking studio because he didn't want to be controlled by Hollywood. And even so, Hollywood tried to make him delete huge parts of that movie, which is saying something. And he said, no, you can't do that. It's my right. This is my movie. You can't touch it. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I can look it up anyway, but 5 days or so after that film came out, he passes away. Like, how many weird, suspicious deaths do we need for it to, be a little suspicious? I mean, it's already suspicious as fuck. But I think it should be investigated. I think that Bill Gates needs to be investigated like heck. Like he I mean, it's not with him. It's not just Epstein and trafficking and all that. It's also crimes against humanity, dude. I feel like someone needs to stop him before he releases ticks all over the entire country, and it's like he's trying to kill three birds with one stone. He's trying to make us all vegan. He's trying to depopulate the earth. Weird shit. And there's something else he's trying to do with that. And it's just, what a weirdo. Oh yeah, he wants to make us. He's all into lab-grown meat. Like what? Oh yes. Third thing is that he wants for us to be dependent on big pharma. I'm saying, I'll just say allegedly, for what it's worth. But I think we all know, or most of us have the acute sense that something's not right here. Okay, oh yes. How's everyone doing? Very good. We're sleeping well. Nice. It's good to get good sleep, man. Very important. People underestimate the importance of adequate sleep for one's health and well-being, mental health. You know how people sometimes brag about not sleeping? I never understood that. It's like, that's not something to brag about. That's just like saying, hey, guess what? I don't get my micros. Doesn't that make me kill? No, you don't. Yeah, man, people are weird. So I'll share my info here. You want to menu that? I hope you guys are doing fantastic. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Alright? Much appreciated. And thank you very much for the 50 subscribers for that one live session last night. I mean, that's a good amount. That was a successful live stream. Even like the night before, I think I got like 15 plus. And that's not bad. I actually looked this up right before live streaming today. Is 50 subscribers per day a good amount? And they said it was well above average, especially for someone who's beginning. And granted, I only started live streaming last January, mid-January. Hasn't even been a year. And we went from 422 to now I think we're almost to 7,000 now. I haven't checked exactly how many subscribers I have right now, but I think I have like I'm gonna guess 6,800 and something. So thanks, guys, very much. Okay, so Shando the dog. Okay, and then my Instagram. You guys can check out my artwork on my Instagram. I am so close to being done with my painting of Christ. I can't wait. It's I picked it up to show my therapist today, and it's slightly damp, so I'm thinking I'm gonna work on that, finish that, either tomorrow or the day after. I want for it to be dry enough for me to scumble. Let's see. That's the thing about oil painting. You gotta wait between each painting session for it to dry. Unless you're doing wet on wet, you know, that's another oil painting technique that Bob Ross employed, which is that's a good painting method if you're like, you know, painting for a show and you want to show people your process from beginning to end. Or you could edit it, I guess, if you're doing wet on dry. I prefer the wet on dry method. I don't know. You get more variation in texture and depth, in my opinion, that way. Alright. I like to see the layer, you know, the layers beneath the top layers. You know what I mean? Like that's what the scumbling is all about. It brings it depth. It's a very good technique when you're painting skin, because skin is almost translucent. Okay, so Anna, my Instagram is Anna dot Katrina dot art. And my Discord. Also, if someone has requested to join my Discord server, I'll try to remember to check that after this, okay? So it's emerald, like the gemstone. I don't know if I typo. I'm a little clumsy. Emerald underscore wing, like a fairy wing, underscore 13473. And I'll pin that sheet. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. What's up? UI, very cute. Oh, thank you. Hello, Anne. Hi, Jack Darby. How are you doing? Sister, hi. Hi, Bilge. Bilgerana, how are you doing? You know, I thought the intergalactic keyboard was fine. I thought intergalactic keyboard was a cool cat, but I guess he's not. I guess he's just another one of the trolls. Calling me trans, first off, like it's an insult. Secondly, he's trying to, I mean, if there's a term called emasculate, effeminate has to be a word, right? I guess he's trying to, you know, make me feel less of a woman. And it sucks when people do that. Anywho, let's ignore people like that. You're very cute. Thank you, Bilgerana. Very pretty. Thank you. Hi, my sister. Where are you from? I'm from the USA. Colby, how are you doing? Pacific Northwest. That's how specific I want to be here. But yeah, I live in the USA, Pacific Northwest. Sister, sister, I told you you're the same age as my older brother. 35's a good age. It is. I don't think I'd want to go back to my 20s, man. Number one, I was a late bloomer. So I was naive and I was a late bloomer and it sucked. You know? I had a lot of angst and more uncertainty. Not realizing my limits as much. Not having any real plan. Feeling like, not only that, but it was weird because I also felt like it was too late for me, you know? I felt like even when I was a teenager, if I was 1 year behind in math, but caught up with everything else, I still felt like, oh, it's too late for me, I'm gonna be a failure. Somehow it was embedded into my mind, I don't know how or what or why, that unless I was good at math, I would never succeed, which is bullshit. It was such a relief when someone told me and I realized that most people place into basic algebra, which is where I placed. So most people, they don't use it, they lose it. You know, you don't practice math, you're obviously gonna lose it. Especially if you're not inclined. You don't have a mathematical mindset. It's all memorization, which most people just memorize math, I think. They don't understand why they're doing it. They just memorize it. And that's another issue I had when I was a kid. You know, even doing grade school math, some equations I was good at, most of it I wasn't good at all. I'd miss one step and just completely lose the plot. And yeah, even then, I felt like I was just behind, and I was under the impression that, like, I mean, I was basically told that because people in our family aren't good at math, I'd never be good at math, and that, and yet so much importance was tied to it. Like, if I don't succeed in math, then, I'm not gonna really make it in life. Which I think that if I was better at math, it would make life a little bit easier. I'm not sure. I think most people, some of the most intelligent people I've ever known in my life weren't good at math. So I don't feel bad now, but I used to feel really bad about not being good at math. Anywho. Okay, I'm gonna try not to get too behind like I was the other night. I think Bill Gates is EVIL. God bless Christ as King. Indeed, Roland. I subscribe to you. Thank you, Chase. Very much. What is going on here? Is this a loop? Why would you say that? Of course it's not. Is my, sometimes my speaking is out of sync with the video, right? Like, you'll see my lips moving out of sync. I don't know why it does that, but I hope it's fine right now. I don't know what that is, but yeah. If this was a loop, I wouldn't be responding to that comment. You're a very nice. Thank you, yup. Yuppie. Wow. You know what? Whatever. He's giving me engagement. I have no idea what's going on. Calculus is a requirement to graduate high school, dude. I was homeschooled and I never got into calculus, I'll be honest. But I know some people who never did calculus either. And I knew one person who only did calculus when they went to college. So I don't know. I guess it's different from country to country. Probably different state to state. I don't know. But yeah, it's not something I'll ever use very much. But I think it's a good brain exercise, even if you don't need it. I think it's necessary to know the basics. It's, it's crazy how many people can't do basic multiplication and division. I can do that, at least. Crazy. You are awesome and you matter. Well, thank you, Justin. So are you. So are all of you guys. I love your voice. Oh, thank you, Moto Toad. You should do voice acting. Oh, that would actually be my dream job. Seriously. I can do different voices. Master turns on the camera, and the way he goes process. Dun, dun, dun! Smithers free! Don't even ask. Naughty Potato in the chat. Yo, yo, yo. How are you doing? How's it going, Naughty Potato? Good to see ya. Hi, Donnie. Thank you. I like this shirt, too. It's one of my favorites. Happy Monday from Florida. Nice. Happy Monday back. Life is earned by being present. Life isn't a gift, it's earned. Yeah, I believe that. It's important to apply yourself to the things you care about, Very much so. So I apply myself to health and nutrition because I've dealt with eating disorders and stuff, and so I really try to be healthy and fit. And I'm getting back into reading again. It's hard when it's just easy to grab my phone and doom scroll. I'm sure a lot of us have that issue where we used to be avid readers and now we just grab the phone and bullshit around. I actually, this book, Nobody's Girl by Virginia Giuffre. So, I trust that's gonna be a hard read. Oof. But I'm already balls deep in the rabbit hole. Just saying, balls deep. Big King Kong 8 balls. I'm doing good. Hi, Ann. Hope you had a wonderful day. Oh, thanks, Joel. Just kind of a relaxing, peaceful day. You know, I took care of Shando, made him a good meal, had my therapy session. It was nice. I called a church because I want to start going to church. Except that I feel pathetic saying this, honestly. I really do, but I have to have my dog with me. I don't know. I have to have him with me. Also, he's kind of, you know, he has a special diet, and if I'm gone, he'll definitely sneak into the food that he shouldn't have to, and it'll make him sick. There's that as well. And I know it's just 2 hours, but it'd probably be a lot longer. What with me walking there, commuting there, you know, it's kind of far. It's kind of out there. Well, I called them. I'm thinking. I was talking to my therapist about this, and this is something he's been trying to get me to do for weeks, but I'm too anxious to call because I'm afraid of rejection, and I'm afraid of, you know, seeming like I'm asking stupid questions. So, you know, I mean, we're talking about it, and it's like, I look it up and on Google, and they told me that generally they actually encourage people to bring their service dogs, at least, because they want to invite more people into the church. The thing with Shando, though, is that he's so big. And so I called them, finally. I mustered up the courage and I called them. I told them my predicament, that I'd like to start going to church again, yet I have this dog attached to my head. He's my emotional support dog, certified by my provider. I've got the letter and everything. Is it possible? I mean, like, what does a blind person do if they have a dog that they must have on their hip all the time and they want to go to church? Do they got to do it online or something? She said, oh, no, you should be able to do that. You should be able to bring your emotional support dog. But she also asked me what size he is, like how big is he? And I'm like, oh boy, he's like between 100 and 105 pounds. And she said, she was really sweet too. She said, the only thing that we might be worried about is like whether he's a distraction or not. But I think it should be okay. You know, we have a churchgoer here who brings her dog, but she has a tiny little dog. But we'll see. And I'll try get into contact with 2 people and I'll get back to you. So she got back to me. She said that she'd have to talk to the other priest, and she won't be able to talk to him until Wednesday. So I guess on Wednesday I'll find out whether or not I can bring my gentle giant here to Mass. Might be difficult walking up to receive the Eucharist, though. I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay if I wait until everybody else goes first. And then I can go up when there's like, you know, no one like right in front, right behind, you know. I'm worried I might get some dirty looks by some Karens. Oh my goodness, thank you very much. Thank you, Quentin. Realistically, what's the most random animal you could make your service animal and still train properly? Oh. I mean, are we talking like wild animals? Most random animal. So I'm assuming like we're thinking wild animals for the most part, wild or domesticated. Um, some animals just stink naturally. Foxes are known for that. Maybe, and some animals just aren't good domesticated or, in captivity. Like, I've heard possums aren't good to keep in captivity or whatnot, but they're very beneficial for the planet, and they don't get rabies because they're too cold-blooded to get rabies. Possums are cool. I would say emotional support. An animal you can, granted you need to be able to take the animal wherever you go too. Still trained properly. Maybe a parrot. Having a parrot on your shoulder all the time. That'd be cool though. That'd be pretty cool. Having a parrot on my shoulder, talking shit to everyone who walks by. Thoughts on raccoons as pets? It doesn't sound like a good idea, actually. Don't they smell like piss like foxes do? I would doubt it. I've seen people keep them as pets, but I'm assuming it's because they found the poor thing as a baby and couldn't release it back into the wild. Let me Google that and see what they say. Is it good to keep a raccoon as a pet? I got so many good games, guys. I also got another Tomb Raider game. And the Need for Speed. Oh, and I got Suikoden. It's kind of like Chrono Trigger, Xenogears, Final Fantasy VII from the 90s. Has those, but I've heard it's way better. And if there's a game like Xenogears but better, I am so over that, because that is my favorite game of all time. That game is absolutely epic in every way, shape, and form. Characters, the story, the plot, the music. I mean, I would buy the soundtrack. And I'm not like a soundtrack person, but some soundtracks are awesome. No, it's generally not a good idea to keep a raccoon as a pet. They are fundamentally wild animals, and that retain unpredictable instincts, are notoriously destructive indoors, and can be aggressive as they mature. Yeah, I've heard they can be a little bit aggressive too. When I lived in the I used to see a family of raccoons in this one area. And she'd be crossing the street with her babies in line behind her. It was so cute. And one time I was walking to my apartment, and there were some trees lining the sidewalk. I look up, and it's like evening. There's a whole family of raccoons in this one tree. It was awesome, man. I wish I would have taken a photo. Why didn't I take a photo? Weird. I would pick a lobster because I think it would be happy to be safe from the grocery store. I've heard lobsters don't feel pain. Let me look that up. Okay, let me see. Do lobsters... Oops. Do lobsters feel the pain? Yes, okay. Yes, growing scientific consensus, meaning, yeah, they used to think they didn't feel pain. They know what's worse? They used to think that newborn babies didn't feel pain. So they didn't give babies anesthesia until sometime in the 20th century, which is ridiculous. They used to think that babies couldn't feel pain. My God. Okay. Yes, growing scientific consensus indicates that lobsters feel pain. While they lack a human-like brain, studies show that they have pain receptors and respond to harsh stimuli with emotional distress and avoidance behaviors. That's sad, man. I've never had lobster, to be honest. Actually, you know what? I think I did have lobster ravioli from Trader Joe's, but I'm skeptical as, you know, like, I think it might be fake because it tasted like absolute shit. It was weird. It was weird. I don't recommend it. Because of this evidence, several countries, including New Zealand, Norway, and Austria, along with the United Kingdom, under its 2022 Animal Welfare Act, so maybe they only found out about this in 2022, legally classify crustaceans as sentient beings. These regulations often mandate that decapod crustaceans be handled according to specific welfare standards to ensure they are rendered insensible before cooking. Well, that's good. To minimize distress, animal welfare organizations and veterinary experts recommend following professional guidelines that prioritize rapid insensibility. God, I need my glasses. Oh gosh, that was dirty. Hi. Do you have a pet bird? I don't, but my brother does. If you're hearing birds in the background, that's my brother. He has his cockatiel just passed away. I saw my dad and him burying the cockatiel in the backyard. But he has lovebirds in there. He has lovebirds. Do you like mathematics? You know what? I think that if I were better at math, I would enjoy it. Because it's kind of like solving a puzzle. And I remember when I was good at it, when I figured it out, it was so satisfying, that light bulb switch. I get it, you know? After, struggling, especially, like, finally figuring out and things becoming clear, that's a nice feeling. But the stress I endure from being so terrible at it just outweighs everything else. Outweighs any good feelings I might have about it. My subjects that I excelled in were things like art, of course, language, reading and writing comprehension. When I took a placement test for college, I placed like 98 in reading, 90 in writing, and like 50 or 55 or 58, something around there in math. So I was terrible at math. Okay, I'm being honest. I'm just bad at math. But part of the reason for that is because there's a lot of anxiety with me associated with math, and there's a story behind that. Yeah, I was just really anxious when it came up. I had to take these yearly placement tests as a kid, and I was too anxious and panic-stricken to study right before the day I had to go in and test. Remember when I was homeschooled, terrible social anxiety. Felt more like I was going into, I don't know, be judged by a court or something. It just seemed like such a grim, I was so anxious. The thing is, I didn't even really study. I just paced around the room, fretting, anxious, and then I would try to study right, really fast before and try to understand, but it was like my anxiety was like a blockade that completely uh, prevented me from, I feel I should have had a better guidance in that sense, and like, how to deal with my math troubles, because really, I mean, no one around here knew how to teach math. Let's just be honest. I'm gonna close my window. Yeah, we'll just say, when I was in second grade, I remember this so clearly. I had a math book, and I remember two frogs being on the front cover. Second grade, I remember very distinctly. And my mom wasn't very nice to me. And like, if I didn't get it, and she'd try to like show me how it's done, then when I'd figure it out, and she'd get impatient, and she'd just intervene and go in, and then if I ever got emotional and started crying, she'd call me names and tell me I'm fucking stupid and shit like that. So I never felt good about it because of that. That's a big reason. But it's also true that most people in my family aren't that good at math. There's like maybe, well, my grandpa was good at math. That's the only person I know here who was good at math, you know? And my big brother, who's he's very, very intelligent and has a geology degree. He went to college and he graduated with a degree in geology, but math kicked his ass. And I actually pursued geology. I took every geology course at community college, where the teachers are better too. And I had so much fun. I aced every class, but then I understood that there's going to be a lot of math in store for me when I go over to university to continue this education. And I just knew that, like, if my big brother had to retake this one class, I think it was like computer science or something like that, I forget exactly what class it was, but it was math based. Calculus kicked his ass too. Some people get it, some people don't. Some people have a knack for it, some people just don't. It's okay. We have different intelligences, different strengths and weaknesses. But I knew my limits, and I said, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have just given up like that, but I knew that I would not fare well if my brother didn't fare well. He's better at that than I am, I think. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't have enough confidence. I was basically, I was taught to be anxious about math in a way. I was also told that no one in this family is good at math. Only one person's good at math, like, I don't know why people had to say that. That one person. But, like I said, we all have our strengths and weaknesses. Some of the most intelligent people I know in my life aren't good at math. Math is not the sole indicator of a person's intelligence. Like I said, I got 99 in reading and 90 in writing, which isn't bad. Some people can't write, some people can't read very well. Asmongold can't spell. He has a hard time spelling his own name sometimes. I had a math teacher who was a very nice guy, super compassionate towards me, let me pass the class even though, I did well during the midterm. I did very well on polynomial equations, actually. But oddly enough, even though I'm a visual learner in many cases, I wasn't good with geometry. And I wasn't, there were certain things like, there were just certain things I wasn't good at, certain types of equations. And And again, it was mostly my anxiety preventing me from being that successful. During the test, during the final exam, I was fretting the entire time. I was practically in tears. I was full-on panic attack. I'll just say it. I had a full-on panic attack before a math test, and it completely muddled my logic, my thinking, you know. And I got a D on the final exam, even though, strangely enough, I got an A minus on few of my other tests, you know. And for the midterm, I think I got like a B or a B plus. But I think he let me pass with a C. It was either a C or a B minus. No, either a C or a C plus, I think, which was very kind of him. He understood, and smart guy probably understood that I would never use math anyway. So why not, you know, like, why kick her while she's down, you know? Why not, you know, let her go on to the next, give her some confidence, because that's the problem we're dealing with here. And I think he could tell it was a confidence issue, an anxiety issue, truly. Thing is, this guy had a little tweak, you know, a little blockade in his brain, meaning there was something he wasn't good at, and that was remembering names. He said he couldn't even remember his wife's name on occasion. He had to be reminded what his wife's name is every day. Actually, not on occasion, every day. I've never heard of that condition, but that man. Imagine someone being very, very good at math, but not being able to remember names. See, like, our brains work differently. We have different skills, different personalities, different hobbies, different knacks for things. So it's not good to compare in that way and feel and be like they're better than me, or, you know. I think when it comes to intelligence, some of the more important things are adaptability, being able to adapt to situations, self-awareness, and, you know, there are different types of intelligence. You know, I've got some creative intelligence, and I don't have the best social intelligence, I don't think. Maybe, I bet that's the thing. You don't use it, you'll lose it. And that's the thing about my being homeschooled. I mean, it would have been cool if I would have had an outlet to meet people and socialize, but teacher didn't find that necessary. So I struggle with social anxiety and math. Those are the two things I struggle with: social anxiety and math stuff. And I wish I was better with computers. I wish I was better. That's something I feel like I could definitely learn, though. You know, that's a thing. If you don't try it and continue to pursue it, how do you know you're gonna be good or not? Like, if you're trying to excel in something early on for the first time, then expect for it to take a little while, for there to be a learning curve. And especially these days, we're looking for instant gratification, and if we don't get instant results, many of us will just give up and go do the easiest thing we're used to, you know. But it feels really good when you overcome an obstacle and you figure something out. That's like the best high ever, I think. One of them at least. I love learning something that I've been having a hard time with forever. You know, I love it when something finally clicks. I love you. Don't forget. Oh, thank you, Grey Wolf. Facts. Oh, thank you, Intergalactic. Building confidence, indeed, is very, very important. Very important. We would like to take the opportunity to welcome you to our community. Personally, thank you for your contribution to the Greater Israel Project. Well, hello there. How old am I? 21? Oh, shucks, man. No. I'm 35. I'm 35. 35. 35. Do you hear me, love? Do I hear you? No. I'm not here. I'm not hearing anyone here. I just read your comments and respond. I'm so in love with this beautiful woman. It's pretty sad, to be honest. Oh man. Oh, shucks. That's all I can say is shucks, man. What's a polynomial? It's like it's like how do I describe that to you? I don't know how long it's been. I haven't done a polynomial equation since 2010, but it's a linear equation. It's a linear equation. It's like you're breaking it down till you get like till you figure out x and y or whatever. Let me look up. Like I mentioned polynomial one time. My dad didn't know what a polynomial was, so it's interesting. Look that up. But I actually found them fun. And easy, even. Yeah, it's. I did those when I was studying algebra. I can't remember if it was basic or advanced. I think it might have been advanced, actually. Let me see. Maybe not. Polynomial definition. It's like long division. A polynomial is a mathematical expression made up of variables and constants, combined using addition, subtraction, and multiplication. The critical rule is that variables can only be... It's so much clearer. Oh man, what a difference, dude. That's just crazy to me because this is... I haven't... First time ever needing to wear reading glasses, which is a sign that I'm coming in a little blurry. A polynomial is a mathematical expression made up of variables and constants, combined using addition, subtraction, and multiplication. The critical rule is that variables can only be raised to non-negative integer powers. Example: 0, 1, 2. An example is 3 x to the second power plus 5x, or take away 7 minus 7. I'll show you what it looks like. I'll show you what it looks like. So this is an example right there, and that's a very small one. They can get really long. They can get very, very long. Some of them take up like half the page, practically. Okay, so polynomials are often classified by the number of terms they contain. Monomial, obviously, like just meaning one term. Example is like 5x to the second power. Binomial, 2 terms. 3x plus 2 is an example. Trinomial, 3 terms. Example, x to the second power plus 4x minus 4. So I mean, there's steps like, for instance, I think you gotta, if I remember correctly, it's been 16 years since I've done this, but I think you have to start with plus, then minus, then multiply. I'm not really sure. I'd have to look into that again because I don't remember. But yeah, that's pretty much it. This is what see if I can find an example. Types of polynomials. These are polynomials right here. Alright, one second. Okay, what? Stop. There we go. These are polynomials, guys. Like that sort of thing. Yeah. I thought they were fun, so maybe I should learn how to do them again and just practice them when I'm bored as a brain exercise. They're fun. But yeah, that's the only, I don't remember ever being good at math other than this for some reason. Oh, thank you for the donation, Naughty Potato. You could be my math teacher. Oh, Thank you. Oh. That's a quadratic equation. Yeah, well, it's also called a polynomial, I guess. Oh gosh, I don't even slip that up. And if you forget a bunch of math terms, that's okay, man. Like, you don't use it, you lose it. It comes back pretty fast, though, once you get back into it. A quadratic formula, that's basically like long division. Yeah, that looks difficult. That looks a lot harder, dude. That's different. That's different. That has different components. But similar, it looks similar. You know? Seems like it might have a similar solving process. You know, where you just break it all down until you get to, you find X, basically. Greetings from UK. Hi, Trevor. I like them glasses. Well, thank you. Greetings. I work as a math tutor, like, for real, if you need help. Oh, I'm not required to do any math right now. I'm not like in school or anything, or doing some weird test. Don't even know why it came up into the conversation. Just talking about things I'm bad at, I guess. But yeah, that was the only part of math that I had fun with. It is tough, man. Like, some people just don't do math very well. It's okay. How to make a tangent tea. Speaking of tea, I have tea. Raspberry. Raspberry. Ooh, gotta be careful about putting clothes on here. Red tea and that. So glad I got that done today. I just had so much laundry to do. I love raspberry tea. Yeah. Yeah. We bring this. It's not a loop. Would you? You know what, dude? I'm gonna delete you. You're obviously trying to make people leave my channel. That's what I think you're doing. I'm done with you. Bye bye. Toodaloo. Yeah, same channel, different name. Yep, that's right. Same channel, different name, guys. I changed my URL. The name of my channel's name is the same. It's Breaking Habits, but my URL is now Tangent Tea. Because number one, it's shorter. It's easier to say. And my channel is more than just talking about addiction. It really is. And I'm going to start live streaming games when I get all my laptop hard drive components. And I got so many good games. Okay, I want you guys to see. Because the summer sale is ending in like 3 days on Steam, I had to splurge. And granted, I think all these games would have costed me over $1,000 plus if I got them all not on sale. I spent probably just, fuck, I don't want to tell people how much I spend, but and I feel bad about it, actually. Actually, I don't really feel bad. I deserve it. I work my ass off. But anyway, let me show you. I mean, some games went like 90% off, dude. Some of the games went from like $60 all the way down to between 10 and 20. Some of the games I got were only $2. So, there you go. I mean, it does add up, though. I wouldn't have thought it would have added to be that much, to be honest. But some of these were just a must-have. There's this game where I get to be a cat. I can't wait to play that one. Let's see. My library. So I added a few more too last night. I got The Evil Within. The Evil Within 2. That's one I've been wanting to play for a while. I got The Need for Speed Heat. I remember when I was a little kid, my brother played The Need for Speed, and there was this theme song at the beginning of the game, and it went, "Get out of my way, 'cause I'm having a bad day. The cars in the driveway are going sideways." we used to say that when we were going on road trips and shit. That was when I was really, really little. I think I might have been like 6 or 7. It was a long time ago. Anyway, I got Divinity Original Sin 2. I got Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition. That was all in one bundle. And I got Divinity Original Sin Classic. All in one bundle. Very good deal. I got Stray. You get to be a cat. And it looks like such a fun game, man. In fact, that might be the next game I play. Because I can't wait to play it, man. Let me see if I can show you an example. Oh, I can show you an example on YouTube, actually. I love watching other people play video games, too. I love watching walkthroughs without the commentary, because I find it really annoying. I always found PewDiePie kind of annoying. That type of like gamer, because while they're playing, I mean, I like it when people have insightful or interesting commentary while they're playing games, but PewDiePie's just annoying. He's like, just fuck. Shut the fuck up. He's just, it's almost like he's trying too hard, I think. It's, I don't know. Maybe that's just a sense of humor. Resident Evil 0, I have played that game. I have it, or I had it for my GameCube. I think my GameCube might be in the garage. But yeah, I got that because it was super cheap. Tomb Raider Legend, Rise of the Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and Tomb Raider. And I got Suikoden. That one I can't wait for. I can't wait to play that. Hell man, let's see, I'm gonna install that so I don't have to wait. Beautiful. Alright, let me see here. What else? Okay, I got... Let's see, seems to be chronological. I got The Invincible. It's like you're basically on Mars and shit. Devil May Cry HD Collection. I got Ark Survival of the Fittest, Ark Survival Evolved, Call of Duty Black Ops, and I know I'm gonna suck at that game, which is why I need to start noob mode at first, beginner mode. If I just jump in with a bunch of guys who've been playing this game since they were like 10 years old, you know, like I've only tried it one time, and I went about it wrong. You gotta start from the beginning with other noobs, and then you practice and get better, and then I can advance and enjoy the game. So I got Call of Duty Black Ops, I got No Man's Sky, I got Subnautica, I got Batman, Arkham Knight, which I heard is really good. I got a whole package there. I got a bunch of Batmans. I got Spider-Man Remastered, Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered, which looks really good ratings. Dishonored, Batman Arkham City, which I've heard is really nice. I got Bioshock a little while ago there. Okay, Phasmophobia, I think I already had that one. Batman Arkham Knight, yeah, I already mentioned that. Uncharted is one of them. Uncharted. Destiny 2. I think I already have that one, but I don't think I did this recently. Batman Arkham Asylum. Ark Survival Evolved. I guess you get to ride and kill dinosaurs. Apex Legends is one I already have. Let me see here. I know there's got to be more than just that though. I got like 3 Batman games. Bendy. And I got another Subnautica game, Subnautica Zero. Yeah, the Devil May Cry is also a collection of multiple games. Oh, I got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake Intergrade. And I love the 90s Final Fantasy VII, so I'm really looking forward to playing those now. But that's been recommended to me so many times. I have the finals. I have a lot of games. I've got Hogwarts Legacy. I didn't just get that, but I haven't played it yet. Yay! Suikoden's downloaded complete! Wow, that took a long time. I started downloading that at like noon. It's like 7 p.m. right now. I've got a bunch of Nancy Drew games, all of them I won. they're I like suspense. I like mystery and suspense. I got Resident Evil 0. I got Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I think I mentioned that. Yeah. I got some really good games here. What is this? So excited. I'm so excited. So that's that. Oh, let me show you, in case you guys haven't seen what Stray is. It looks like so much fun. It reminds me of Ghostwire Tokyo a little bit, just like when I watch the gameplay, except that you get to be a cat. Oh, and I got Dog Wars. Is it called Dog Wars? No, I got more games than that. I should look for it. I'm pretty sure I bought that. Let's see if I got that. That's important. That was one of the first ones I got. Let's see, Dog Wars. That would be... Yep, Dog Punk. I got Dog Punk. Yeah, but there's a bunch of games here I haven't mentioned yet. Dog Punk is like, I'm gonna install that. Install. Dog Punk is, I just want to see what the synopsis is, but I forget what the plot of the game was, because I haven't played it yet, but it looks really good, and it's a relatively new game. You get to be like a dog. Robot dog, I think. I'm not sure if it's a robot or not, but it looks like it. Store page. Oh, here we go. Dog Punk is a high-octane FPS first-person shooter where you play as a prototype dog soldier, escaping confinement and uncovering the mystery of your creation. Move fast with fluid parkour, fight relentless enemies, and upgrade your loadout as the challenge escalates. Looks good. No user reviews, because this came out less than a month ago. This came out June 25th, 2026, so like not even 2 weeks ago, pretty much. So yeah, looks really good. You get to be I mean, I like first-person shooter games. Like, I enjoyed Cyberpunk so much, games like that. So I know I'm gonna enjoy this game. Dog Punk. It looks like this. Yeah. Looks like that. Yeah. It's like that kind of game right there. You know. I like games like that. I think first-person shooter RPGs are my favorite types of games. Let me show you what Stray looks like. Okay. I'll just put it in the middle there, so you don't have to watch like an intro or anything. I just want to see the gameplay. Okay, there we go. There we go. This is what it looks like, guys. This is the cat game. Doesn't that look fun? Look at those graphics, too. This looks like so much fun. I want to play that game so bad. And I will, because I bought it. So do they have, like, on Steam, do they got, like, one sale per month? I mean, not per month, per season? That's what I'm guessing. They're going to have a... Next sale will be autumn sale, maybe. I'm sorry, guys, I'm a little behind here. Phasmophobia, that's a good one. Should I play that now? I think I'd have to download it, though, and that's going to... Or install it. That's gonna take a little while. Let's see. I'll download it. There are a bunch of games I'm downloading. Let's see. Suikoden just finished installing, and I started that like 7 hours ago. So it'll take a little while. Just gonna look at the games that I want to play the most. Sweet. Is one of them. Ooh, I really want to play Subnautica. That one looks so fun. And man, I remember when I was a kid, I played the Spider-Man game for like, I think it was Nintendo 64. Dude, I love that game so much. So much. Phasmophobia. Update, pause, resume. Okay. Now that's updating. Maybe I have it installed. It just needs to update. Patching. Hello, howdy. Hi, Nex. How are you doing? Watch Dogs. Stray is a terrible game. Seem to have, it has really good reviews, so I don't know why. I guess to each their own. I'll know when I play whether I enjoy it or not. Have you played Ghostwire Tokyo? Did you enjoy that game? Because I played that game and I had a blast. I love that game. Did you ever play Ghostwire Tokyo? Jaden Scott? It is live, Simon. This is a live. This stream is live. Sorry, I get a little behind the chat when I... No, I'm not a modern day feminist, no. But I appreciate what the suffragettes have made possible for women. And I'm very grateful that men are allowed to basically beat their significant others without any repercussions. I'm grateful that I can have my own credit card, Grateful that I'm allowed freedoms, like, just a regular human being. But I don't like modern day feminism. I think it's not about equality. It's about, kind of like the way, it's just like the woke left. It's like, there's certain groups of people who want to basically punish all white people, especially white men. And it's like, you colonized us, we're gonna colonize you now, kind of type of mentality. So like with modern day feminists, it's like, it's all about retaliation, and you dominated us, we're gonna dominate you now. And I don't like that. I think that, there are good women and bad women, there are good men and bad men in the world, it's like we should all just get along and, just, we should be more self-aware, know what our limits are, know what we're good at, and not try to be someone else, There's some guys who are more nurturing and emotional. There's some girls who are more like hard and logical or whatever. It's like, it's not all black and white, but typically it is the other way around. More often. But yeah, we shouldn't put people into boxes. People should just do whatever the fuck they want. And if people want to get into a relationship, everything should be consensual. It's like, for instance, if the guy wants to be a stay-at-home dad, there needs to be a discussion about that. Same thing if, like, the woman wants to, do something a certain way, or go to work even, and have the dad be or the man be a stay-at-home dad, that's it needs to be consensual. Or like, there are some guys who think that women shouldn't be allowed to leave the house, like Andrew Tate in his fucking Hustlers University bullshit. He literally thinks that women should be beaten into submission and not allowed to leave the house. Now that is disgusting. And any man who's trying to follow in those footsteps has got some problems. And sorry to say, but that is the least attractive thing ever. Just having so much obsession and contempt for battle of the sexes. I find it really weird. I just find it really weird, because just, what would we do without each other? We wouldn't exist. We need male and female. We need yin and yang. And the relationships should be consensual. They should be honest, and otherwise they won't last, of course. And yeah, there are good people and bad people in the world. It's just people. But yeah, I'm not a feminist in the modern sense. But I am deeply grateful for the fact that I have rights because of the suffragette movement. I'm all for that. And when people make fun of like the 70s bra burning, sure, I mean, maybe the idea behind it was silly. I don't know anything about how that all started, to be honest. However, I hate wearing bras. I don't like that. It hurts my back, can make my shoulders hurt. Depending on the day, man, I just can't wear one. It's almost painful. Sometimes it makes it hurts to breathe or hurts my ribs. I even brought this up with my doctor because I thought I might have a problem. I spend like a few $100s trying to find a good bra, and still I haven't found one that's perfectly comfortable. It's miserable sometimes, especially when it's hot summer weather, and my back hurts, and shoulders and everything. And I'm a skinny girl. It shouldn't be that hard for me to find a bra, but usually they're too fucking tight or dig in, stretchy, but they dig in. I don't like that. And I look at when I shop for them, I'm looking at the example photos of like the model wearing it, see how it fits her. It's like, shit, it digs into her fucking ribs too. That's exactly what's uncomfortable for me. So I guess it's supposed to be like that? Honestly, there's one thing I have to say. Men should not be designing women's products, especially things like bras. And it's probably why pads suck too. Just saying. No offense. I mean, if I were a guy and I had like a product that's only for male use, I wouldn't want women making it. You know what I mean? It doesn't make much sense to me. Also, it makes sense that women's health and medical science has greatly improved since women were allowed to be doctors and such. It's a good thing. But yeah, I'm not a modern feminist, to answer your question bluntly there. Sorry, I thought she was talking about I think people should do whatever they want if they're adults. I don't care what people do as long as they're adults, and I think people should do what makes them feel happy and spiritually fulfilled. I mean, we're not all gonna think the same. My stance is leave the fucking kids alone. Leave the children alone. That's my stance. Leave the children alone. Leave women's sports alone. Stop trying to get into women's and children's spaces. Thank you. No offense. I have no problem with trans people whatsoever. I know trans people who I really admire and respect, and some are my friends. But yeah, though, and the men deciding that they're women so that they can transfer to women's prisons. We all know what they're doing, especially when you look at the record and it's all SA against women. Wow. The fact that anyone would fall for that and try to make that, write it into law that that's okay, like Kamala wanted to do, is insane to me. Absolutely insane. Crazy. The fact that 900 trophies went to a trans woman in sports, in women's sports, it's unbelievable. It's just not right. The fact that people turn a blind eye and act like it doesn't exist, like the left, the liberals act like that's not a big deal. And you claim to care about women? What hypocrites. What absolute hypocrites. They don't care about women, and they certainly don't care about how women are treated in certain countries. And you know what countries I'm talking about. I don't want to get flagged or anything like that, but you know what I'm talking about. Some women are treated like cattle, and the feminists stay so quiet. So That's another reason why I hate modern feminism. They couldn't give a rat's ass about what women on the other side of the world who are treated like cattle and who are killed, murdered, and so-called honor killings and stuff like that. And those have been happening. I mean, they happen way more than we realize. And since Biden allowed for illegal immigration, I mean, we've had a few instances where that's happened here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they use that word to sugarcoat it too. For people on the left using that, you know, trying to sugarcoat that, like it's their culture. Don't even suggest bringing it here. Like there are some of them who want to implement Sharia law and shit over here, man. Like, are you serious? Are we serious now? Yeah, they're dead serious. They hate America, and they think that capitalism is the bane of all evil. Dear Lord, do they ever do any real research other than maybe watching CNN or I don't know. Hell, I don't even watch mainstream news. I don't watch media news. I don't. I know 90% of it is owned by the far left. I listen to podcasts, and sometimes I watch Sky News every now and then, but not very often. Sky News Australia. Thank you very much, Joe. You seem like a truly good person. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the donation. Hey, Joshua. Been a while since I've seen you. How are you doing? I've been good. Been very good. Yeah, my neck has always had a tendency to hurt every now and then, and that I tend to get a kink in my neck sometimes. I remember when the worst one I ever got was when I was like 9 years old, and I couldn't even lift my head up like that I could not do that. It hurt. Yeah, it was painful. Shout out from Australia. Hi, Wilsk. Oh, thank you very much, Naughty Potato. The world is a will... Sorry. I might need my glasses, actually, for this, too. I'm such a clumsy, fucking messy person. Like, I can't do my nails without wrecking them. I always spill... I make my coffee and I spill it on my fresh clothes all the time, just about every time. Okay. The world is a will to power, forces striving to expand, express, overcome, shape, dominate, interpret, and intensify themselves. Yep. And people will use whatever strengths and advantages they can to obtain that power, you know? That's why, like, I mean, people compete all the time. You know? It feels good to win for anyone, right? But yeah, it's a rat race. We immigrant Americans don't do crimes for terrorism. I gotta be careful about the words I say on here. I don't know all the words I need to censor or not, but there have been a few ones that have come up while I've been watching other YouTube videos, and I'm surprised at the word CA. By the way, I'll give you a hint. It's associated with the Epstein files and their code words such as jerky and pizza and all that, and Ellen DeGeneres. CANNIBALISM. Dang, she's looking good with those glasses. Oh, thank you, Backwood. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, I'm disappointed in Trump in some respects too. But there might be some things I just don't know yet. You know, it's the Epstein files that's all disappointing me very much. And I'm very disappointed in his response when he kind of poo-pooed it and said, you know, like, we're still talking about that? Seriously? When we're worried about, when we're focused on this stuff, you guys want to talk about that? Like, I'm paraphrasing, but that pissed me off. He promised that he'd release the files, then he sends all these redacted jokes. Here's the thing, though. From what I've heard, this is something that's been going back like 4 presidencies. There are so many powerful people interconnected in this web of depravity. And from what I've heard, also the CIA is involved. So it's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff to be handling. I think he might be either protecting his family or probably that, or trying to prevent the entire system as we know it from collapsing, the entire government, the entire everything. However, I think it would be a good thing if it all collapsed. We need to dismantle it and rebuild it, because an America built on the trafficking of young children is just unacceptable and sickening. And something needs to be done about that. The victims deserve respect. They deserve justice. And that pisses me off. That I'm hoping that there will be a better outcome. I'm still just a little bit clinging to hope, but deep down I know we're probably never gonna know everything about what's in those files, or even half of it, for that matter. We probably won't even know a quarter of what's in those files, let alone a sixth or an eighth, 10th. We'll probably only know like 2% of what's in those files, if even. Can you do funny face like this to cheer me up? Sure, Rainbow Dash. I used to love My Little Pony when I was a kid, but it was like the 80s, 90s version. I think it might have been the late 80s. Who's my favorite character? The cowboy, the cowgirl pony, Applejack. I liked Applejack. I found I had more in common with her than all the others, I think. I'd have to watch it again, though. Okay, I'll do a funny face. Okay, I can't do the same one as before. Oh my god. I gave myself a jump scare, dude. Oh, thank you, Naughty Potato. What are your thoughts about UFOs? I find the subject interesting. It seems like I used to think that was all really far-fetched and sounded ludicrous to me, like it's not true, like they're just trying to distract us, like, but it's basically just an unidentified flying object. It doesn't have to be an alien per se. So I do believe that there are UFOs, and there have been reported sightings, which I think Trump also promised to inform us as to what this specific UFO was, and he never did, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know. I think that there are a lot of things we don't know, man. I know it's kind of, we all used to think that it was all tinfoil and everything, but it appears that everything that Alex Jones has said, pretty much, not everything, save for the Sandy Hook stuff, he was like stupid and wrong when it came to that. But like he was right about a lot of things. So it is kind of like, hey man, it's pretty entertaining, just going down the rabbit hole. but also very disconcerting. The Epstein thing isn't, I'm not saying that's entertaining. I'm saying the UFO and UFOs and all that type of stuff is pretty interesting rabbit hole. Hey Heather, how's it going? Hey, you have good night, TDA Games. Hope you have a good one. Better off not knowing at this point. That's the thing. I'm wondering if the reason why he hasn't, like, you know, he's been so slow and also, you know, not very good with sending us the files, the Epstein files. Maybe he realized that this is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Or maybe, I don't know. But if the CIA is involved in all these, and the most powerful people in the world, like, how can all of them be brought to justice? They're too powerful. I don't know. I feel like, I think they should, though. And I don't know how anyone would go about that, because there are people disappearing when they talk about it or try to expose it. I'm worried about people like Cat Williams. I'm worried about, yeah, I mean, there are a few other whistleblowers. I'm starting to have doubts that more and more that guy who writes with his right hand instead of his left hand and has greenish, hazelish, bluish eyes is not Jim Carrey. Doesn't look like Jim Carrey, doesn't act like Jim Carrey. Most importantly, the demeanor is off. And if they were able to clone a sheep in the 90s, I think that they could, you know, in the Epstein files, they talk about cloning over and over, like hundreds of times. They talk about cloning. They talk about stem cell research and harvesting young people's stem cells and shit like that. It's the creepiest shit. And if they were able to successfully clone a sheep in the 90s, imagine what they can do today. Dude, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy, man. No, but seriously, it's trippy shit. I never would have, that it just seems like science fiction to me. Like, a few years ago, I would have been like, nah, no way. No way. Where are you getting this shit? This is all science fiction. There, or at least there would have been doubts. I'm just like, I have more questions. And it's a little bit disconcerting, to say the least. Yeah. Hey, guys. Oh, shoot. Have you watched Stranger Things? And if so, do you ship Byler? Dude, I've only watched the first season a long time ago, and I need to start over and watch the whole thing. I don't have Netflix, though. Maybe I should get Netflix so that I can Netflix and chill. Thanks for the donations, guys. Thank you very much, Naughty Potato. What are your... Oh, yeah, I already answered. I just forgot to like. Thank you. Hi, Tom Cruise's twin sister. I'll take that as a compliment, because Tom Cruise is attractive. Except for the fact that one of his front teeth is smack dab in the middle, right beneath his nose right there. No, seriously, if you look at a picture of Tom Cruise smiling, unless he's fixed it, because when people notice it, they couldn't unsee it. Like, one of these teeth is, like, right there. Like, well, let me show you what his teeth look like, dude. Anyway, yeah, he was really attractive in Interview with the Vampire. And he was really attractive, of course, in Top Gun. He was so cute. I never really had a big crush on him, but I can acknowledge that he's handsome. And, thank you. And he's really good looking for his age now. In fact, I think he looks a lot better now than he did like 10 or 20 years ago. Remember when he was like in his 50s? He had like a bloated face or something. Maybe he was drinking, I'm not sure. But now he looks like he's healthy, like like he's not retaining all that water and shit. He doesn't look as puffy. Yeah. He looks really good. In fact, he's very athletic too. What is he, like 60 something? He does all of his own stunts. He did not have a stunt double for this one scene. I've never seen Mission Impossible 2 or whatever it is. Or maybe it was Top Gun 2, I'm not sure. I never saw it. But the recent, really, the one that got a lot of good reviews, more recent Tom Cruise movie where he's like, it's like, the typical, he's always running type of movie. Oh, by the way, my favorite movie with him is Rain Man, with Dustin Hoffman, one of my favorite actors of all time, by the way. But anyway, he's in this one scene, and again, he didn't need a stunt double, where he's tied to this pole, and he has to like climb up, shift himself up, and basically like, it's so hard to describe, dude. Okay, just imagine this is the pole. And I need a little figure. Fuck, okay. This pizza? I don't think I'm gonna be able to show you any good example here, fuck. I need a little... There we go. This is Tom Cruise. Yeah, this would make a good pole if I could take him off of it, but let's see. What pole should we use? How about we'll just use this little mirror. Okay, pretend that's the pole. Okay, so basically he's sitting at the base of the pole here, if I'm not mistaken. And he shifts himself up somehow. I'm not sure. I have to look at it again, and then I can get back to you on it and see if I was accurate. And then he basically, once he gets to the top, he's just like, okay, oh yeah, okay, so his hands are tied to this, okay, so he's just like, this is how he does it, okay, now I figured it out, okay, so he's at the base of the pole, so he goes up with his shackles, up the pole, whoops, and as soon as he gets up, right, he's able to, or maybe it's a rope, he's able to, like, hoist and jump, releasing himself, Did that make any sense? It's a very visual demonstration. Hard to explain. But, some dude who's like, I'm not sure exactly what his credentials were, but a very athletic dude was reviewing that scene and said that that's like super hard. Imagine being 60 and being able to do that. That's crazy. Yeah, I haven't been watching much, like current political news. I should though. I've been down the Epstein rabbit hole lately. Yeah, I agree, Heather. I think cloning is kind of demonic. Absolutely, it is. It's like you're trying to play God. And I feel like that's a ticket to hell right there. Possibly. It's crazy how it seems like new words are becoming censored on YouTube, Heather. Like I mentioned before. I can't say it now. And I used to hear it all the time, like, I used to hear this word. People were able to say it without any issue. But ever since, like, the Epstein files and all that. CANNIB. I'm sorry. Yeah. CANNIB ALISM. Allegedly, if you've downloaded or read the Epstein files, they put you on a list and monitor you. Whoa, might be best to stay away. Holy shit, dude. You see how dangerous it is? And that's why I think that Trump is, you know, kind of trying to take a step back from it. Or, you know, just because, so Epstein's seen with a lot of rich and famous people, presidents, several presidents, socialites, celebrities, you name it, right? And just because they're seen in a photo of him does not make him guilty of going to the island and partaking in his depravity. But when someone's mentioned hundreds and hundreds of times, and you find them in all the flight logs and like Clinton and other people, then it gets Prince Andrew, it gets very concerning. Bill Gates, man, Bill Gates deserves, I'm sorry, I do not want to get flagged. I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm not going to say it, but you know what I'm thinking. It should go, yeah, it should be worse than life in prison. That's all I'm going to say. Shouldn't be breathing the same air as we're breathing. That's what I think. And I don't say that lightly. That's not something that I typically would say. He is evil. Amen, sister. Thank you. She speaks good, I admire too. Thank you, Kumar. I'm writing a cartoon. I'll hit you up for an older version of my daughter. We do voices. Oh, that's awesome, man. That's pretty cool. I'll see if, let's see, Michael Scott. Oh, I love The Office. Michael Scott Shirtliff. I'll check out your channel. Are you going to post it on your channel? I'll write that down. In fact, I should have my notebook with me because I like to keep notes. I got a bunch of notebooks for different tasks. This one is, this might be my, that's my grocery list notebook. This is my, I think this is my, oh yeah, this is computer notes. Learning how to be better with computers. And learning how to use OBS, that type of thing, keeping notes. This one I haven't used because it's the ugliest. Don't like that shade of brown very much. And this one's blue. I like this color. Use that one. So yeah, I'll write down your name. I thought maybe this is the one I used actually for the live streams. I'll just use this one. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, where's that big green one I had? Oh, there it is. Found it. This is the little one. I like to be organized. Yeah, this is recommendations, computer stuff, and all that jazz. Anyway, so I'll write your name and check out your channel so that in case you want to post it, because I love that kind of stuff. Thank you very much. Michael Scott Shirtliff. Shirtliff. Writing a cartoon. Hey.
voice acting, that would be my absolute dream job, man.
Almost seems like a fantasy, you know? But never say never. Broski. Do I swim? I love swimming, but I haven't swam in years. I haven't swam in so many years. Last time, and I'm probably not good at it. I can doggy paddle, which isn't like, technically it's not real swimming. I think I could swim a little bit. I remember when I was a little kid, we took swimming lessons, and there's some basic fundamentals I know, such as keep your body like ramrods, keep your legs and body kind of ramrods straight. Oops. I'd have to look into it. I would like to get back into swimming because that's something I really love, and it's good for your joints. It's good for your back and everything else. It's good for your spine. It's English, but I'm mostly Italian San Diego kid. Nice. I can't do the back float. Oh, I can do the back float. Or the backstroke. I can do the backstroke. That, that one's not that hard. You gotta really kind of, well, for one thing, I think you gotta be like flat as a board. I'd have to, I don't know, maybe I would be able to do it because it's been so long. But yeah, I don't even remember the last time I went swimming. I probably haven't been swimming since I was a teenager, to be honest. Actually, one time, no, I lied. I went to like Wallowa Lake. It's like an alpine lake, I think. It's very clean water. It's beautiful. And I went swimming there with my ex back in the day. And there was a creek with a bunch of like salmon or trout, and I caught one with my bare hands. My ex at the time, my ex, he caught one before I did, and took me like 2 hours or so to finally catch one. They were strong, man. Those fish, they're like a pure muscle. But, I got a little strategic. I, kind of snuck up on them in the shadows. I lured them into this shadowy, like, bank, and just, sometimes they as they're running from me, they'd cluster into this one place, and I'd catch them from behind, but they were strong. I'm thinking that I may have gotten a weak injured one or an old one, because, dude, that was hard. And I can't, it's crazy how, considering the fact that I exhausted myself, I was able to catch any at all. Your stories are fun. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Exan. Once you go to a glacier lake or Hawaii, the west coast of SoCal is nasty. Yeah, I went to California one time when I was 16. It was for a Franciscan Nuns Girls Club, which I attended from the age of 10 to 13. And I used to, it began with just going to this retreat house and spending several nights there, days and nights, and serving the retreatants, setting the tables all up, napkins, silverware had to be in perfect order, everything's super clean, dishes, cleaning, setting up, ringing the bell, going down the hall and ringing the breakfast bell and stuff like that. That was pretty fun, especially when I got to just hang out with the girlies and kind of, horse around. But, how did I even get, oh yeah, on one occasion we went to California to visit a bunch of missionaries, and I looked like I came right out of 2007.
I was wearing one of those tight Hollister logo shirts. It looked so 2005, 2007. Why did I bring that up? Oh yeah. We went to a boardwalk one time, and I got to ride a water slide for the first time in my life. That was a lot of fun. I like uh, freaky rides too. As I get older, I'm not as like I'm a little more squeamish than I was when I was younger when it comes to scary rides. Though, I'm worried I'm gonna get sick now. Whereas when I was a kid, I could take anything when it came to that sort of thing, because I knew. Well, I mean, things can go wrong at theme parks, even though they they have a lot of safety protocols and all that. I mean, it's crazy that oftentimes they have someone just out of high school manning the roller coaster controls, right? I mean, you'd think they would have to be someone more qualified because things can go wrong. I'm not sure how common that is, probably not that common, but still. Yeah, I always felt like, oh, they have my safety in mind. Nothing's gonna happen to me. As long as I am like 100% assured that I'm gonna live through this, everything's gonna be okay. People have fallen out of roller coasters. People have made mistakes. I'm sure a lot of them these days. I haven't been to a theme park like in a long time, so I don't even know if I saw people on their phones necessarily. But I'm thinking that kids, if you have kids working those machines who are chronically on their phones, there's gonna come a time when someone gets distracted by their phone and totally fucks up. Jesus Christ loves you and will never stop loving you. Thank you. You need to eat in order to be strong and free from illness. Yeah, that you need to eat well, eat all the colors of the rainbow, your micros and macros, exercise, and get good sleep. And be kind to yourself. True words. Thank you. Good luck, have fun, don't die, good film. California is insane. I'm aiming for Montana soon. Montana's beautiful. I've heard Missoula is pretty awesome. I've been to Montana. I visited a friend there when I was 18, and I stayed there for a month. And it's a beautiful place. I went to Montana Helena. We were surrounded basically in the boonies, though. It was like in the middle of nowhere. They had chickens and goats and a few neighbors. It was the boonies, surrounded by the Helena Mountains. And it was beautiful. But I was so homesick. I missed trees so much. We have so many green trees, and they don't have any in that location. I know Montana's got a lot of forest and trees. You guys are known for your bears and everything in the woods in Montana. But where my friend lived, it was almost like a desert practically. There were no trees. And it was super, super bright outside in the springtime. It was snowing, cold. In fact, it's the second coldest state next to Alaska. I learned that in a geography class a long time ago. But yeah, it's very cold there in the wintertime and in the springtime. But it's beautiful. I'm kind of scared of bears though. They have way more bears than we do. God bless you too, Steady. Thank you. Do I speak Spanish? I wish. I wish I would have I wish I took Spanish. I think it would have benefited me more. I could have used it a lot more. But I studied Chinese. I enjoyed it. It was fun. I enjoyed the fact that the language was tonal. That was a fun challenge for me. In fact, I was pretty good at that part. I actually aced the top of my class in the pronunciation. But I did pretty poorly in listening comprehension. But then my teacher told me something that really helped me out with my listening comprehension, which is that with a tonal language like Chinese, you don't want to pick apart every little component of the sentence. You want to identify subject, object, verb, and then listen to it like it's music, because it's a tonal language, and the tones are so important. Like ma, 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 ma. All different words completely. You know? Sure, sure. And you know what sure means? It means shit. So, yeah, I heard stories from my teacher about how people traveled to China or a country of a tonal language, and they'd go to restaurants and try to speak in their language, but ended up saying something offensive and got slapped in a certain sense, you know? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny, but also, yeah, it's important to get that sorted out if you're learning that language, the tonal, all the tones. That's so interesting. I had no idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I had a lot of fun, and I had a good teacher, too. 你好吗？我非常好。You know what another cool thing about Chinese is? I really enjoyed the fact that the characters are comprised of radicals. So you have like maybe an emotional radical, and then a radical meaning like the color white, right? So you have the heart radical and you have the white radical. You combine those two radicals to create one character, and then that means fear. That word means fear. I think it's pronounced pa, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up just so I don't, spread misinformation, fake news. but yeah, let's see, what is fear in Chinese? Yeah, it's pa, or hai pa. But yeah, it's basically it means white heart. The word fear in Chinese literally translates to white heart, which I think is really, really cool. There's this other word called 糟糕, and it's like 我非常糟糕. 我 means I, 非常 means very, or I think it means extremely, actually. 很 means very. 非常 means very or extremely, I think. And 糟糕 means terrible. Meaning, and terrible not just in I'm having a bad day. That would be 不好. 我不好. But 糟糕 actually means like car wreck, terrible, like tragedy, basically. 糟糕, 非常糟糕. And you know what? Know what that literally translates to? Rotten cake. Tragedy, or like something that you would associate with like something traumatic, like a car accident. Like 糟糕 literally translates to rotten cake. You can correct me if I'm wrong. It's been like let's see, it's been like 13 years since I studied Chinese or so. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, 13 years ago. I'm not a fan of communism either, man. That's a stupid thing to say. Seriously, just because I studied Chinese and I like some aspects of like Chinese history and art and stuff like that, doesn't mean I'm into their politics, dude. That's fucking stupid. To even insinuate that. Sorry. I studied Chinese because I thought I was gonna go there and teach English. Has nothing to do with politics. Nothing whatsoever, and this was years ago. Also, I asked around, how's the situation there? Would you recommend I even go there? Because I heard the pollution was bad. But yeah, I'm 100% against communism. Especially the way they have it in places like Cuba and certain other places. Like, that's the way New York is starting to look right now. You know, New Yorkers, they're having their power off. They're told to turn their AC down, if not completely off, or just the power in general. While City Hall is blowing with AC. They have AC. They have their lights on. They have their power on. It's starting to look the way it does in Cuba. People are taking baths with the fire hydrants in the street, cooling down with the fire hydrants, and that is making their drinking water muddy and dirty. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. This is gonna not pan out well. Ooh, The Prince of Egypt is free on YouTube, by the way. That's one of my favorite cartoons. That's a really good cartoon. Beautiful animation. Wasn't that like Val Kilmer speaking one of the characters in that movie? I forget exactly who spoke all the characters in that. Yeah, California, rest in peace, highest gas. Yeah, that's part of the reason why we have expensive gas too. We're right above them. And they have 25% of the homeless population in America, in California. You can thank Gavin Newsom for that. That's right. I have a bad vape habit. Hush now, my baby. Such a beautiful song. Gavin Newsom. Newscum Gruesome. My favorite vape flavor, Mexican mango. Or yeah, I like Mexican mango. It's the best. And I prefer the Geek Bar brand. I'm not sponsoring them, by the way, just in case. But yeah, I like Mexico mango by far. And if I could choose a second flavor, I like ice pina colada, and I like cherry slush. Oh, the song is from Prince of Egypt. Dude, I need to watch that again. It's such a good movie. One of my favorites. It's epic. Socialism on fast track to be becoming a necessity. Universal basic income is non-negotiable in the near future. Here's the thing. I think we should have free health care. I think a lot of these things should be basic human rights. However, we should be focusing on providing those things, and free housing even, or cheaper housing. But we should provide these things for people who are born in America. We should be worried about fixing our homeless issue. You know, I mean, Gavin Newsom promised to fix that. He made it worse, for one thing. 25% in the country. You have illegal immigrants setting up these fake hostels and daycare centers while scamming people from them and stealing millions and millions of our taxes, money and taxes. It's just so disgusting. You know, they've been giving illegal immigrants free housing while like Americans and American veterans are out in the streets homeless. It's like, and it's because the Democrats know that those people will vote for them, which is why they want more of them. And they couldn't care less if, like, for instance, yeah, young white women are getting gang raped. You know, it's disgusting. So I think that we do need to fix the system. I'm all for like democratic socialism as long as it can be implemented like reasonably, as long as it can, you know, as long as it works, as long as it's not communism, right? But like stuff like free healthcare, that sort of thing. And I think we need to focus on Americans and what Americans need, because gosh, we've been putting on way too much bullshit, and there are just too many powerful old fucks who are too unwilling to pass on the torch. You know, the average millennial doesn't own a house until they're like 49, according to Benny Johnson. I'm not sure exactly how accurate that is because I would need to look into it more, but that sounds pretty accurate to me. And by that time, you're nearly retired. It's bullshit. The grooming gang stories of the. I gotta be careful about what words I say here. The gang stories of the UK are horrendous. It can never happen in that way in the United States. Yeah, but we've had some instances, and even that is unacceptable. And it's all because you can thank Joe Biden and the Democrats for that. It's disgusting. Well, that's not true, anti-rabbit carrot. You're wrong about that. You're absolutely wrong about that. Bye. Not putting up with you. Before AI get into action, the thing is already doomed for those people. It is clear as day. After seeing how poorly the government handled the daycare situation in Minnesota, do you really want them to take over healthcare? Well, that's the thing. I think that it should be completely dismantled, because the government is, there are evil people running this world, running our government, involved in the Epstein files, involved in who knows what. But I think a lot of people need to be brought to justice. That's what I think. I think the torch needs to be passed on to someone who's gonna actually do something and keep their promises. But good luck with that. You know, it's wishful thinking at this point. I can only hope and pray that this will be a better world for my kids someday in the future. If I have kids, if I get to have kids. But yeah, it sucks ass. We don't deserve this at all. But yeah, I don't know how that would all play out, honestly. What they'd be doing to change all this. I had a lot of hope that, you know, that Trump could fix a lot of this, but there's another issue, which is that Democrats and Democratic judges are very resistant to complying with any changes that Trump wants to implement. Like they're just, you know, people like judges, mayors, governors in places like California, Oregon, you know, Seattle, New York, whatever. They all want to be sanctuary cities, and they want to let all the illegals in, and they couldn't care less if, they drop criminals into our cities too. They couldn't care less. All they care about is getting their votes. That's all they care about. And the Democrats, they were fine when in the 90s. That's why I was a Democrat before, because I thought they were still like the way they are in the 90s, or like Piers Morgan or whatever. But actually, Piers Morgan, I don't think he's a Democrat anymore. Republicans these days are more like the 90s Democrats now. That's pretty much what Trump is. But like Democrats these days, they don't stand for anything. All they stand for is anything all they stand against is anything that Trump is for. All they stand for is anything that Trump is against. Like they just, all they care about is Trump. Trump lives in their heads rent free. All they care about is, you're a fascist, and identity politics. Like I said, it used to be about class issues and class warfare, and now it's all about identity politics, and it has fucked their party up 100%. There's so many Democrats who are disappointed in their own party, and therefore they're switching to a different party, whether it be independent or Republican or whatever. It's different now. I can't stand all the lies, man. All the, just like taking advantage of certain words, trying to get their own way with these words, when in fact all they're doing is rendering these words weakened. They're weakening these words. They're making them just meaningless. They're rendering them meaningless. Stuff like words like NAZI, if I'm allowed to even say that word, or HITLER. YouTube's been really weird with the censoring lately, I've heard, and I've been watching videos, and they've been censoring words you wouldn't even think they'd be censoring, and it says a lot. It means a lot of these CEOs, a lot of these people owning social media, a lot of just the media in general, Hollywood, government, the CIA, they're all involved to some extent in all this depravity. And they want to keep it hidden. That I do think that is exactly what's going on. And it's dangerous. Would you be interested in doing a short podcast sometime? I think our points differ in enough ways to make it interesting, but we're probably both decent people. I don't know, man. I have to think about that. That kind of scares me, to be honest. I don't know. I honestly, I could be wrong about certain things. I only know what I know. I watch, Nick Shirley and Blair White and people like that, But I'm not like I'm not as political as you think I am, I don't think, I'm just going down the rabbit hole here, and I know what I know. It's not like I don't know all the details. I'm also pro-life, and some people aren't going to agree with that. That's one of those things. Some of these things, it's like you can agree to disagree, or the proof is in the pudding, like it is with these scams centers disguised as daycare and hostels and retirement homes in California. All that's like the proof is in the pudding. Nick Shirley and all that was exposed. All that's been exposed, Ilhan Omar is, probably gonna go away for fraud. Hopefully. They're stealing our money. They're stealing Millions and millions and millions of Americans hard-working money, and it's disgusting. They're stealing our taxes, millions and millions and millions. There's no reason why the government needs to take over anything social, and the universal basic income doesn't have to come from the government. I honestly don't know how that would all pan out. That's the thing. What color are my eyes? They're like dark blue. They're like slate, maybe? Like a grayish blue. Do you have an opinion on the nationalist agenda being pushed globally? No, I don't really have an opinion on that, to be honest. That's the thing. I don't have a thoroughly educated opinion on some of these issues here, and I need to do more research. Yeah, I know a lot of conservatives don't like Trump. You know, he's a, you know, he's kind of like I said, like a 90s Democrat, you know, but the Democrats have totally changed, and both of the parties have completely changed. Like, for instance, I think most people who call themselves Republicans, especially younger Republicans, could care less about, like, you know, gay marriage and stuff like that. You do you, right? As long as you're an adult, do whatever the hell you want, right? And I think people, you know, love is love. People should be able to, you know, pursue whoever they love, or, you know, whatever they want when they're an adult. You know, just leave the kids alone is my stance. What other platforms am I in? Well, I have, I've pinned it here in the chat. I've got Instagram here, and it's anna.katrina.art, spelled ANNA dot KATRINA dot art, ART. And my Discord is emerald, like the gemstone, underscore wing, like the butterfly wing, underscore 13473. That is EMERALD underscore WING underscore 13473. So yeah, I'd be happy to add you to my Discord if I don't remember right away and I forget to do it tonight. I'm sorry. I'll try to be on top of that. It's not like I'm ignoring you or anything. I'll definitely get around to it. Sometimes I forget, even when I'm using it, to look at my notifications and see, oh, I got a red alert, you know? My friend was pro-abortion until he got his girlfriend pregnant. It was nice to see a sea change. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. And I think that means something. He realized that this is a living, breathing human being. You know? It's crazy how much ignorance this is. Like, okay, let me look this up. I'm curious. I just told you earlier on in the stream that they used to think, doctors used to think that newborns couldn't feel pain. And so they weren't given general anesthesia. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine that? Let me see. When did newborns receive anesthesia? When did babies receive anesthesia? When did they start giving babies anesthesia? The mid-1980s, guys. I said sometime in the 20th century. In my mind, I was thinking like the 60s. The 80s. While individual pediatric doctors documented using anesthetics on children as early as the late 1800s. Routine surgical anesthesia for infants wasn't standardized until the mid 1980s. For most of the 20th century, the medical community. Man, I wonder if they, like my brother was born in, I have two brothers born in the late 80s. For most of the 20th century, the medical community mistakenly believed that newborns could not fully process pain due to their underdeveloped nervous systems. Why take a chance, though? As a result, I mean, they didn't know it. They had no evidence. So it's like they're just assuming it, man. They're just totally assuming that shit. For most of the 20th century, the medical community mistakenly believed that newborns could not fully process pain due to their underdeveloped nervous systems. As a result, infants routinely underwent major procedures, including open heart surgeries with only muscle relaxants or minimal pain relief. Well, then they must have known they would experience some pain. What the fudge? This practice changed drastically in the mid-1980s, following landmark studies in 1987. My brother was born a year before that, my oldest brother. Such as research published in the Lancet demonstrating that infants experience severe physiological stress responses during surgery without anesthesia. Oh, God. Medical protocols shifted completely. By the mid-1990s, the use of full anesthesia for major infant surgeries became standard practice. Wow. That's crazy, man. Unbelievable. Crazy. It seems like there's just something so wrong about that. Like someone must have known, but they're like, baby's not gonna talk, they're not gonna say anything, they're not gonna, like, no one will ever know, you know. God damn. I don't know. Maybe it's not that dark, but it just seems, that's malpractice right there. That's terrible. Wow. Yeah. Big Pharma is one of the most corrupt institutions on the planet, I think. That's why they're all about, basically transitioning children, turn us all into Ozempic, and a lot of these things for people who don't need them, people who are gonna regret taking them or try to get off of them and revert back. With Ozempic, like, you take that, you gotta take it your whole life. Otherwise, when you stop taking it, you lose all your muscle, and then you gain all your weight back and some, because you don't have that metabolic engine, meaning your muscles. So you get, basically, you gotta be on it forever if you don't wanna, gain all the weight back and more. So, like, yeah, you gotta be on these things forever, and I think they just hand these things out to people like sodas. Fuck, I don't know, I couldn't think of it, but it's like, it's just so corrupt. They want to turn people into lifelong patients. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. It's the root of all evil. It truly is. It truly is. Nope. Money is the root of evil. Well, I looked into it, and there's this really, I think he's good. Dr. Berg is he's like a doctor YouTuber. You know, he shares pretty good, straightforward information, and he talked about this, and writing on a whiteboard, kind of demonstrating all the, oh no, all the effects. My bad. Sorry. Yahoo! God, dude, this thing. What's wrong with it? Is the magnet weak or something? What the heck? What did I do? What did I do to that? There we go. Weird. That's weird. I need to fix the screws on this thing. It's a little, the legs are weak. Ha! Dr. Berg is just a physiotherapist. It doesn't mean he doesn't know anything, man. I mean, he went into great depth and detail. It made a lot of sense. And I've heard it from more than one source, so let me look it up. It wouldn't hurt to look at. But yeah, from what I've heard, it depletes your muscle mass quite a bit. And if you stop doing it, you're just gonna gain more weight back than you had before you took it. Let me see. Do you Now, there are people who need that drug, like people who are diabetic, but they shouldn't be giving that to people who look like they already have eating disorders. But of course, money talks. Money's everything. So they're going to give it to Ariana Grande or whoever. Actually, Ariana's looking a little better now. I don't like her, by the way, but at least she's looking healthy now. Let's see. Yeah, people like, what's her name again? Gosh, why am I totally brain farting this? Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon Osbourne's daughter. God. Why am I spacing that name? But yeah, she's not looking that too healthy. Demi Moore's not looking healthy. With that, you know that they're taking like a GLP whatever one. If you take Ozempic, do you have to take Progressor? Okay. Okay, this is just an AI overview, and it's I guess it's Hackensack Meridian Health is where this is sourced from. For chronic conditions like, okay, whether you need to take Ozempic forever depends on your health goals and the condition being treated. For chronic conditions like type 2 diabetes, heart disease, or chronic kidney decline, Ozempic is generally intended as a long-term or lifelong medication. Yeah. If you stop taking it, your blood sugar levels will likely rise back to their pre-treatment levels. For weight management, which is what most people use it for weight management, Ozempic, or its weight loss specific counterpart, Wegovy, is treated as a long-term therapy rather than a quick fix. Because the medication regulates appetite pathways, stopping the drug typically results in regaining the weight you lost within weeks or months, unless strict lifestyle changes are maintained, which a lot of people just won't. Let's just be real. That's why people are just they're opting for this stuff, so they don't have to do the exercise and all the work required to get toned and lean. Anyway, however, being on Ozempic indefinitely is not mandatory for everyone. Some patients choose to discontinue use after achieving their target weight goals, or if they experience intolerable gastrointestinal side effects. If you and your doctor decide to stop the treatment, you'll usually taper off the medication gradually rather than stopping cold turkey. Always okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But yeah, they say if you stop, you gotta work really hard. But that's the thing. Also, it's harder to exercise when you lose all your muscles. Well, not all of them, of course, but you lose a lot of muscle mass when you stop doing that stuff. Or while taking it, I think. Yeah, it's. I mean, I think that's a fact. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, let me look it up. Do you lose that's key right there. Losing your muscles mass while you're on it is just not a good thing. Collateral damage to the body. Does Ozempic cause you to lose muscle mass? Yes! First thing, okay. Just a big, hard yes. Ozempic and similar GLP-1 medications cause loss of lean muscle mass. And you want lean muscle mass to look toned and to stay in shape. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to not gain all that weight back. You got to work really hard. Otherwise, you'll gain back all the weight and more. So that's why people who are basically obsessed with keeping their weight off enough that they want to get on a drug like this. A lot of people, even if they're afraid of needles, are so desperate to get smaller that they take this shit. Seems scary to me. Like, you know, obviously they're going to take it for as long as they can. And that's not good. Not good for people like that. I mean, I'm not talking about people who are like, you know, like my 600-pound wife kind of thing, you know? But there are people who are like with literal eating disorders. People who are as small as me trying to get on that shit. So yes, Ozempic and similar GLP-1 medications cause loss of lean muscle mass. Studies show that up to 25 to 40% of the weight lost on these drugs comes from lean body mass, which includes muscles and organs. Okay? That's big. Rather than just fat. You're not just losing fat. That's the thing. You're losing lean muscle. Lean muscle. Lean body mass, which includes muscles and organs. Muscle loss happens primarily because these medications suppress appetite, leading to a significant calorie deficit. When your body loses weight rapidly, it burns both fat and muscle tissue for energy. You can protect and preserve your muscle mass while taking the medication by strength training, which a lot of people won't do because, you know, they want an easy fix. They thought they're going to get on the stuff and not have to exercise. Most people who are doing this, yes. Wow. Okay. Strength training, eating enough protein. Okay, well, eating enough protein might not be as hard, but some people, they act like they're allergic to exercise. You know? It's like they're looking for the easiest, quickest fix. And they see this as the miracle cure, when in fact, no. That'd be just it's too good to be true, man. Too good to be true. Yep, I guess I was right about that. Wow. Left Lane. Left Lane is the second best commenter. Actually, I eat plenty of calories every day. You're just jealous. So don't be mean. Don't be mean. I never said anything mean to you or anyone or about anyone, except for maybe Bill Gates. But that was it. Actually, you know, just because it's mean doesn't mean it's not true. Just because it offends you doesn't mean it's not true. I like that. I like that phrase because it's true. I know there's cures for stuff. They want you to spend money. That's exactly what I'm saying. Big Pharma wants to make us lifelong patients. That's why we got onto this topic. Whether it be this or transitioning children, they want to turn us into lifelong patients. People need to be more aware of that. Just how corrupt that system is, and not people literally fall for it, thinking that all these doctors have their best intentions at heart. No. Money runs all these systems, and they that's all you are to them, is you are a source of revenue. I'm doing well, Royal Cowboys. Good to see you. It's been a long time since I've seen you here. How are you doing? Yeah, I've always been lean and lanky. When I had an eating disorder, it was more about control issues. I had control issues. Again, I was, I had my mom was really controlling, and as I mentioned, I mean, I told you guys a story at the beginning of this live stream, which kind of indicated that, but yeah, I mean, it was the one thing I could control. And also, I was a late bloomer who had a really bad time going through puberty. That was super miserable for me. Like, I just, it was so uncomfortable and so embarrassing and so, like, and also, like, I'm the eldest daughter here. So, and I was skinny back then. And I didn't, like, go through puberty until I was, like, 14 and a half. Almost 15. And, like, my sisters all started earlier than me. Anyway, like, when I was, like, 14 years old, I asked for a bra, and my mom's like, you don't need one. And so she wouldn't let me get one. She wouldn't get me a bra. Not even one. You know? And I needed it. I don't care if they're small. It's like I'm running up the staircase. It's like boing, 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 boing. Sorry. God. But as soon as my sisters needed them, it was like, oh, let's all go to the store, everyone. You know? That's the thing. That's the thing. I did not... I really... The only thing that was given to me to help with that was that book, the Care and Keeping of You, which is it's like a rite of passage, you know, for like people who were like preteens or teenagers in the, or, you know, around that age in the early 2000s, late 90s. But yeah, that book just traumatized the shit out of me. Kinda, not really. I'm not driving. What do you think I'm driving? I'm in a room. This is my gaming chair. Kelly Osborne, thank you, Jen. Yeah, fat is very necessary, man. It's what our brains are made out of, right? So, like, yeah, we need that for our brain function. And I'm thinking healthy fats, like, I eat a lot of eggs, and in my cream of wheat I use whole milk. I always use whole milk yogurt, whole milk everything. Okay, unless they don't have it. I use grass-fed butter in my cooking. I eat a lot. I eat meat, beef tallow, olive oil, avocado oil. Those are the type of fats, you know, like oils I use in cooking. I stay away from high processed, high carcinogen vegetable oils and and seed oils, which I heard are pretty bad for you. Ooh. And yeah, I think fat's good. I take a teaspoon of cod liver oil every morning. It's pretty expensive, but that thing lasts me 100 days, so in terms of value, it's not bad. Yeah, I think fat's really good. Avocado, it's a good source. And hey, Louis. And did you hear how Ariana Grande broke up with that SpongeBob guy? Yeah. Yeah, I think she's getting back to her ex, and so now she's like shape shifting again. Anyhow, yeah, she's I don't like her, man. She's, she that makes me even more disgusted, because she just saw this as a fling she could throw away. He had a high school sweetheart, someone he knew since high school, so, someone he had a child with, and then and not only that, she's a fucking creep, okay? Not only did she used to have her, own, Pro-Ana Tumblr, okay, which is just, it's kind of unrelated, but, she saw this post, okay, so there's this post by Ethan, SpongeBob guy, commenting on how much he loves his wife or girlfriend. I'm not sure if they were actually married, but actually I think maybe they were married. Let me just look it up. Anyway, so he writes this loving comment when he was still with that other woman who was I think she was a psychiatrist, maybe. I could be wrong about that, but she worked in maybe a psychologist, maybe a doctor even. Anyway, irrelevant, but Ariana Grande liked that comment before she went in and destroyed their relationship that they'd had going on, or marriage, that when they'd been together since they were teenagers. She knew that. She just wanted to be a homewrecker, and she gets a huge ass high from that. It's a power trip to her. I can't stand people like that. It's disgusting. I just, yeah, and her freaking eyebrows bother me. Her fake ass, weird ass, looks like they want to fly and escape her whole face. The type of eyebrows that just, wow, yeah, I don't like it. Let's see. What was his last name? Ethan Slater. Was Ethan Slater married when he got... Yes, he was married. He was married to his wife, Dr. Lily J, so she was a doctor. Wow. Not only that, but she dropped everything that she was doing to move to London so that Ethan here could achieve his SpongeBob dream on Broadway, and he does this. And then, how long did it last? Let me look that up. How long was Ethan Slater and Ariana? How long have Ethan Slater and Ariana been together? What? Ariana and Ethan Slater were together for nearly 3 years before quietly ending the relationship? Really? Didn't seem like it was that long. When did Wicked come out? I thought it was during the, when the first Wicked came out. Maybe it was a little bit before that, though. Let me see. When did Wicked... I never saw it, by the way. Anything with Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, and it just turns me off. I like Michelle Yeoh? She's in anything, everything, everywhere, all at once. And that movie was so much fun. I used to watch that in the theater with my friend. We were laughing like crazy. I loved choreography and the fight scenes. '24. Okay. Wow, the first movie in the cinematic adaptation of The Wicked was on. Okay. For Wicked was due in 2024. Jeez. Seems like it was maybe less than a year ago. That's crazy. Maybe it's just because I wasn't, I wasn't clued in about anything regarding Wicked in 2024. I was probably focused. Oh yeah, I was focused on my recovery, early in my recovery. I probably wasn't watching any news or anything like that. I was just going to meetings and counseling and taking care of my dog who was a puppy at the time and stuff like that. Interesting though that it was such a big thing and I never heard about it. Oh, it premiered in Sydney in 2024 and was released in the United States November. Oh, okay. So yeah, still way longer ago than I thought. It's not. Reza! Yeah, man, she's weird. 3 years was longer than I thought. But still, what a shitty person. Not only that, but that I didn't think it would last anyway, so it doesn't surprise me. The SpongeBob guy is a huge douchebag too. He ruined his marriage to just be used by Ariana. Exactly. She just basically chewed him up and spat him out because for her it was just nothing but a power trip. So you know who she's with now? She's with the same guy she was licking donuts with now. I mean, at least she looks better. She's a chameleon. She shape shifts for whatever's trending, whatever guy she's with. She's so freaking fake. That's my opinion of her. I think she's fake. I think she's a homewrecker, and I think she's nasty. I don't like her. Not one bit. One of my least favorite pop stars ever. It hits close to home because my boyfriend cheated on me with someone who, he introduced me to the person he had an affair with, like he wanted us to be friends, and then he'd subtly suggest things and say things like that her tatas were nicer than mine, that we should all have a threesome. Me not knowing that they're having an affair and he's saying all this shit to me. We should, he was just like pushing it inch by inch to see if he could get me to get into an open relationship with them, and I said, no fucking way. You've manipulated me and I've given you so many chances. You've love bombed me. I'm not gonna fall for it anymore. I'm not gonna let you manipulate me anymore. Fucking A. Even he was self-aware enough to know that he was doing this shit to me. He even admitted it one time. Crazy ass. But yeah, I deserve better. I deserve a good man, a strong man, not a weak ass manipulative motherfucker. Swift is a witch. I don't really care for Swift either, honestly. I don't like her very much either. I like some of her more recent songs, like Ophelia, but that's the thing. I've always liked the story of Ophelia, Shakespeare's Ophelia. And actually, I named my Skyrim character Ophelia before that song even came out. And I drew, or it's kind of painterly, but it's a drawing of a woman submerged in water above a window, and it's inspired by the story of Ophelia. In fact, I can show that to you. I can show it to you on my Instagram. I think it's probably in this dresser, but that's a pain in the ass, son. I'll show it to you on here. And I need to pull this pillow up because my lower back's starting to hurt. Let's try to get it up to 200 likes, yes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. I've been watching a lot of Ali G, and I have him stuck in my head now. Yo, 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 this is Ali G. It's funny. Ooh, that's such a pretty photo of Alicia Silverstone. Wasn't she just so pretty? That top is so 2000 or 1995, between 1995 and 2000. Look at that. Isn't she pretty? From Clueless. Gorgeous. Actually, in Cyberpunk 2077, I won that game, and my character looked exactly like Alicia Silverstone. Eyes, mouth, which she has a very unique mouth shape. She looked precisely like her, except I made her have like not electric blue, but kind of like a stormy electric blue hair. So cool. Yeah, she was cool. My character was really cool looking. At first, I had her. She had like ruby red hair. Let's see. Let me show you that drawing. Oh, guys, want to see how little Shando used to be? I used to pick him up. And this is at like a recovery, or not a recovery, a meeting place, like for AA. But I took Shando there, and I used to pick him up so he could drink from the fountain. Look how little he used to be. He still has that downy puppy furs. And look how big his paws are compared to his whole body. And his ears are so big. Oh my goodness. Where's my baby? Oh, he's resting. He's sleeping. I won't disturb him. I won't intrude with my phone. He's camera shy. I'm glad someone came up and took that photo. That was really nice. He was so small, man. Look. Check this out. Check out how small my boy used to be. He's between 100 and 105 pounds right now. Look, he's got a belly button, guys. My dog has a prominent belly button. I've never... Oh, so sorry, guys. It's muted. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh no, how long has it been muted? Probably not very long, actually, because you guys just told me. Good. Thanks, guys. I'm sorry about that. I gotta be careful. Am I a bad driver? I can't even drive. But actually,
there were a few different occasions with 3 different people where they taught me how to drive in a parking lot. Like, well, not like, it wasn't like cohesive, there wasn't like, you know, it was just like a one-time try this, right? With one of the first guys I ever, like the second guy I ever dated in my life, right? He was a really nice guy too, but he let me drive around the parking lot, and he told me that I was really good at parallel parking, which I know it's a stereotype that women aren't good at that, but I think I could be good at that. I'm just worried about my anxiety. And like, if I'm in a busy intersection and it's like something unexpected comes up, I can't predict how other people are gonna drive, whether they're gonna get like distracted by their phones or whatever. And then sometimes I panic like a deer in headlights. So I'm just kind of, I'm worried about something bad happening. Although there are some of the dumbest people on the road, right? I think I'd actually be pretty good at driving if I got my learner's permit and applied myself to it, I should. It's a valuable tool. It's freedom, Anyway. And also it opens more job opportunities, jobs where I could even bring my dog with me. Shoot. But anyway, this is the last photo of my friend and I at the beach. He was not looking good. At that time he was passing on as we spoke. He had various cancers ravaging his body at that time. And actually it really hit me on that trip at one point, and I had a hard time. We had a good time, but I had a hard time. Yeah, with a friend also took that photo. Let me see here. Good person. Here's Mark. He told so many riveting stories, which, with his permission, I recorded some of the stories on my recorder too. I wanted to make a book out of it. I always told him, you should write a book. You're so good at writing. He'd correct my exams. I asked him if he could proofread them because he was a copyright proofreader. I asked him if he could correct my exams, and he on average, he'd tell me there was like maybe one thing to correct, if anything, 2 things maybe at most. But he really complimented my grammar. Oh, dude, I found this moth in the heat that looked like it was struggling, and so I saved it and I gave it water. I think it was in the cafe, and it's drinking sugar water right off my hand. Finger right there, you see? So I found a moth next to me this morning, and it couldn't fly. That's why I had to help him. So I assumed that it needed a little energy. I spent a good while trying to get it to eat some sugar water I dropped on the table, but it fluttered onto my hand, preferring the sticky, sugary mess on my fingers, and dined away. I let it have its meal while I sat outside to enjoy the morning. After a good while, it had enough, and with much energy flew away. I spent a good hour with this little sweetheart. Ain't it cute? Look at that. It's so cool. That's a big ass moth. Right on my finger there. That's so cool though. Oh, that was cool. That was pretty cool. Moths. Butterflies or moths? Let's see here. If I can find it. Just looking.
Man, there's a photo of me when I was deep in the shit. Man. You guys want to see how dead my eyes look when I was deep in the heroin? I'm in the basement of the cafe I worked at. This is where I fell down those stairs and nearly died. But look. Look how fucking dead my eyes look right there, dude. I do not look like a happy person whatsoever. Yeah, I do not look happy there. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I could fuck. And I've looked worse. Terrible. Terrible. That's right. Trump, Trump, Trump. You know what, Neil? You can go to hell. Bye-bye. I don't like those comments. Anyway, I'm probably going to end the live stream soon, but I was hoping we'd get up to 200 likes. That's a good stopping point, you know? Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. I wanted to show you this drawing. We can be heroes just for one day. What do you say? Ooh, here's a painting I did a little while back. It's a 30 by 40 inches. Thank you very much, Warm Buff. See that? That's a large painting I did. 30 by 40 inches. My favorite part of it are the silhouettes of people walking up that hill and just kind of how your eye follows it. It's inspired by the likes of Kandinsky and other impressionists. Well, Kandinsky was the father of abstract painting. Yeah. Yeah, I like how that one turned out. Thing is, it's in the shed and I overdid it. It doesn't look this good actually right now, probably. I have to actually, maybe I'll double check. Maybe I can even redo it. I can sand some of that off. Because I went over the sky again, and that's the thing with painting. When you become too precious and obsessive with it, you can actually mess it up. And it sucks ass. But oil painting's a little more malleable, so I'm thinking it might be possible for me to fix it. Yeah, I really liked how that one turned out. A lot of those elements there. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it isn't ruined actually. Says I see another before pic. Okay. Never mind. I don't think it's ruined. I must be thinking of a different painting. Bunch of photos from when I was in Berlin. That was fun. It was also fun staying at the Icelandic airport for 21 hours. Wish I would have traveled to Reykjavik or something. That would have been... But I was so worried. You know, I'd never traveled abroad, and I didn't want to get lost or something, which is kind of stupid. I should have taken a chance. I was just, too persnickety. See if I can find that. Here's a close-up of a painting I did of a depiction of, I like that yellow around the head too,
a depiction of, well, how I feel when I'm under that influence, which is makes it a very disturbing painting to me, actually. Here it is, the whole thing. That's the whole painting right there, inspired by Egon Schiele. Forearm's a little too long, but honestly, with in painting, if you make the arms a little too long, you want to make the legs long too. That way you'll make it proportionate. If you're gonna make the arms long, make the legs proportionately long too. Otherwise, if you make the legs normal length and make the arms a little too long, so you're gonna make yourself look like an ape, like a orangutan. I also did some practice sketches of cadavers. We went and actually studied cadavers and sketched them. That was pretty interesting. This is the result of one of those. Thank you for letting me know, man. Thank you for letting me know about that. I need to be careful when I pick up my phone. Damn it. Sorry about that, Chief. Thank you, Lewis. Thanks, Ezra. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Raphael. Thank you, thank you. Second time yet, I know. Sometimes when I pick up my phone, it's just my hand happens to be right there on the finger, just happens to touch the mute button when I pick up my phone. I'm sorry about that. I really want to try to be careful about that. Now, shit. I hate when that happens. Oh dear. I just saw a picture of my younger brother. Okay. This is a pointillism. This I did with just pen and ink, and it's just stippling. It's basically just using dots, like little pen dots, to create more just like shading and it. Let me just show you. See that? This was all just little dots, guys, made up of little dots. I like how that one turned out. I'm doing good, thank you. This is one painting I want to show you.
so many photos. What did you say? We can be heroes. Okay. There's a photo of my friend Adrian and I right there. Just sitting there urging him to tell me more riveting tales of his life. This is one I showed you before. I have it here, and it's a relatively large painting, not 30 by 40, but I forget, 11 by 14 inches. No, it's way bigger than that. What am I talking about? That's way bigger than that. I need to change I don't know why I said it was 11 by 14 on here, but it's a big one. The Adrian one's like 11 by 14. But yeah, that one I really, really enjoyed painting. You know, the textures of the trees and everything. I like how the details of their gestures, the semi-representational dogs there, semi-abstracted, I mean. Let's see. I like that one. In fact, it came from a photo I took. I just saw that, thought it was a beautiful composition and image, so I just whipped out my phone. Ching! And I'm just really happy about that. Oh, here it is. Here's the one I wanted to show you guys. The one that's inspired by the story of Ophelia. I did this, 428 weeks ago. Wow. Okay, 2018. There it is. There she is, guys. Let me show you. There we go. Zoom out a little. There we go. There it is. That's some toned paper with, I think it's Conte crayon. It's like a dark black, almost like charcoal-like crayon. It's buttery, has a buttery texture. I really loved drawing that. There's also probably pastel, actually. What does this say? Yeah, pencil and pastel on toned paper. I was right. That's a nice painting. Thank you, Lewis. I just stopped drinking alcohol and smoking tobacco on the 11th of May. Well, good for you, Thomas Simmons. That's good on you, man. You're in the right place. You prove that we get better, we do recover. And I know you can. I know you can persevere, man. It's worth it, 100%. Yep. Vincent-ish. Yeah, I really love Vincent van Gogh, but my main inspirations are Egon Schiele and Toulouse-Lautrec, and I like Alice Neel. Thank you. Well, absolutely. You're most welcome, man, and thank you. Thank you for coming to this channel and sharing. Yeah, it's good to ignore the hate. I agree. People can be jerks. It is par for the course, though, right? I mean, it is the internet. There will be dumbasses, insecure little people who have nothing better to do, and I feel more sorry for them, if anything. I mean, they're not making me lose any sleep at night. So that's that, pretty much. I mean, I have a lot more here, but
you guys want to check out my paintings on Instagram, it's all pinned here in the chat. Man, oh man, oh my. Oh, there's another photo of my friend Adrian. He had a good eye for, you know, artistic things. He had a good artistic sensibility and eye for composition. And he told me that I had that too, which I do. I know that I do. I'm not gonna deny it. That's one of the things I'm good at. Oh yeah, here's the resulting photo he took right there. It's actually a really nice photo. And that shoe with the flower would just happen to be there. We didn't place it there. And that actually came out really nice. That may have been the photo I took, though. Yeah, his photo's from his own camera. I took that photo. So actually, yeah, I'll bet. Yeah, I think I took it from a better angle. Oh, here's a watercolor I did of someone's house. It was a commission. And it has an orchard behind the house right there. So when it comes to landscape paintings like this, you want for the subject, basically like this house, for instance, taking up 1/3 or 2/3 of the painting. My favorite part actually is the contrast between the bright sky. Actually, you know, I do love the shadows on the ground too, but I love the bright sky with the leaves of the trees and the different colors in them, and how you can almost, like, they look transparent, like they're flickering in the sunlight, and then the dark branches, just like how they draw your eye in. That's actually my favorite part of this painting I did. So I was happy about that. Where am I from? I'm from the Pacific Northwest of the USA. That's right. Ooh. Man. Guys, want to see how perfect my teeth used to be? This is a photo of me before I ever touched H. This is me before I ever touched H. Look how perfect my teeth used to be. Unbelievable. Sorry again. At least I corrected it immediately. My bad. Gosh. You know what? I need to make it a habit of picking my phone up maybe from the bottom like that. It sucks the way I keep doing that. Like, it's yeah, my phone just goes right there, doesn't fall on the, like, switch button, like, you know. It doesn't touch the filter button, always the mute button, like the worst button I could press. Sorry about that. Yeah, you got it right away, LOL. Yeah, good thing, because that's annoying. I'm sorry about that. Dun 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 dun. What am I doing? Here's a cool photo of a frozen rose that I took. I think this was like on the railing of my grandma's house back when I lived with her. I actually really like. I would love to be a photographer too, man. I liked how that turned out, just the contrast, and you can see all the crystals all over the rose. They're frozen. They're encased in clear ice. It's pretty cool. There, we didn't fuck it up this time. Do a Jamaican accent. You know how you say bacon in a Jamaican accent? You just say beer can in a British accent. Beer can. I don't think I can do a Jamaican accent otherwise, but that was a funny little thing I learned. Kind of beer can. Oh, here's another photo I took of a frosty flower. Isn't that pretty? Will you meet me candlelight dinner? Oh. I gotta keep checking that mute button too, man. I'm really bad at that. Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Good time. It's such a cheesy song. I miss my grandma, man. When I get to my very first photo, it's one of me in my grandma's garage, which she let me turn her garage into a painting studio. And my grandma was an angel. I miss her so much. That place was just so comforting. I don't know what it was, the way it smelled, the atmosphere, being with my grandma. Just that, I wish that would have lasted so much longer. I miss her so much. Would be curious to know what she thinks about how the world is panning out today. Hell, man, I started watching Ellen DeGeneres on her couch a couple times. She watched Wendy Williams more often, actually. I think, yeah. But I'd be curious to know what she thinks of all these conspiracy theories and scandals that are coming about. I mean, some of them, it almost seems like the proof is in the fucking pudding, right? With what we're finding out, what we're seeing here. Also, she fled the country before the election was even established, before anyone got elected. So it wasn't because Trump got elected. She's a liar. It's because it was right after the Diddy came out. It's right after the Diddy files came out. So she can lie like the rest of them, but we know. We know enough to know that she's up to no good. Anyhow. Okay. Please like and subscribe, guys. It's 9:30 p.m. And I might be ending the live stream soon, but like we always do, usually, I would say most of the time, we're going to read some Bible verses before ending this live stream. How are you doing today? Hey, Joe, I'm doing good. Hey, Axel Pierce, I remember you. I'm doing... I saw you. It's been so long, so I was a little startled there to see your name. How are you doing? Yeah, how are you doing? Sorry, I didn't even finish that sentence. That seemed rude. How are you doing, Joe? How's everyone doing? Hi, Axel. Hi, I see ya. I remember you. I just ran into Pastry Mason on another page and tried to get him banned. Yeah, a lot of people have problems with Pastry Mason, and he's coming off a little... He's kind of... There's something off. I'll just leave it at that. There's something off. I mean, he wanted to join the Discord server. Honestly, I thought he was legit at first. I don't know if that's really him or someone changed their name to a random, like, I even thought he used to be a moderator, wasn't he? Unless I got that mixed up with, I don't think he was a member. I think he was a mod at one point, but it was a different person. That's weird. It's so weird. Because I don't remember ever unmodding him. Like, is it the same person or someone who stole his name? Because there's a pastry mason where it's all lowercase, the name, and then there's one where it's all caps lock. And the one that's all in caps, that's the one that I watch out for. It's the kind of weirdo. Anyway, he wanted to join my Discord server, and I'm like, nah. I didn't say anything. I didn't even respond, but he comes off as a little bit creepy. I'll just leave it at that. I'm glad you're doing okay. Thank you, Axel. Yes, it's all right. I'm good. That's good. I'm glad you're doing good too. I've seen so much improvement since the first time I've seen. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Axel. That means a lot to me. Thank you. That's all I can hope for. Improvement. It's good to, keep pursuing a healthy lifestyle, because our brains heal, our bodies heal, we get better, our dopamine receptors revert back to normal levels. It does get better. And I know that when you're in the thick of addiction, like heroin, you feel like you're absolutely effed. And that's not true. That's not true. And I was on it for 6 years. Someone who had been on it for 40 years told me that you're basically fucked after 5 years. And I don't believe that one bit. I've known people who had been on like meth for like 20 years, and they managed to get off of it and stay off of it for like, and they've been off of it for like 10, 20 more years. It's crazy, We do recover. Hey, take care, Axel. Thank you. You have to go. Well, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, you take care, okay? It's good to see you on my live. Yeah. I agree, John. David? Well, I mean, I can't talk to every single person in the chat who comments, David. I'm sorry. It's not like I'm ignoring you. I've been, showing you guys my art, looking at things and then coming back. Obviously I'm going to miss some comments. Obviously. And the bigger my channel gets, the harder it'll be for me to try to read every single comment. That's just unrealistic. There's no intention to ignore you. At all. Or anybody for that matter, unless it's a stupid troll. You know what? Bye-bye, loner. Sayonara. But yeah, I talk to all you guys in general. And I also approach specific questions asked by certain people, but it's impossible for me to read each and every single comment. And then I'll give you an answer, and the answer might kind of be drawn out, and then people are still commenting as I'm answering a question. So obviously I'm going to miss someone. I'm probably going to end up not answering half the questions people ask me or things that people say.
I think you cheater, babe. You know what? I've never cheated on anybody. Why would you say that? No, I'm getting a little creeped out by you, by the way. Bye-bye. Very much so. I got some jerks here. Wow. Very insecure little guys. How about Proverbs chapter 10, verse 2? Treasures gained by wickedness do not profit, but righteousness delivers from death. Let's read 5 of them, okay? That sounds good. And oh man, we got only 2 more likes before we hit 200, guys. Let's go, let's go, ooh, let's go, let's go. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. I mean, it'll be very satisfying to be the 200th like, don't you think? Anyway, I'd be scrambling for that, because I have this thing where even when I'm like liking a comment, if I see someone's at 99, I'm like, oh, I gotta like it, even if I don't care. You know? It's just more satisfying seeing 200 than 199. Yep, I'm reading the Bible. He's St. Benedict. It's the Holy Ignatius version. You always like all my comments. It's nice. Hey, Bill. What's my favorite knot? I never tied knots. I was never in like Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. When I was a kid, instead of that, I even mentioned it earlier in this live stream. We were part of this Franciscan nuns girls retreat, girls club, Franciscan girls club. It was also, we helped these Franciscan nuns at a retreat house with the retreat tents and other activities as well. You know, there were some fun times. We even, went to, California one time, and we visited a theme park and a boardwalk, and that was pretty fun. That was when I was 16. But yeah, we did that. Let's see. Anyone have a suggestion? Thank you for the 200th like, man. Am I Catholic? Yes. Yes, I am Catholic. These little lives must have some overlap. Well, I do have this live open also on another window on my laptop, but this is definitely not like recycled. This is not a loop. This isn't, some people like to say that it is for some reason when I'm answering your question right here in real time. Obviously it's not. Some people think I'm AI, which is weird. Weirdos thinking I'm AI. What the hell? Anyhow, let's read a Bible verse. Liked and subbed. Thank you very much, St. Benedict. I appreciate it. No, I mean, I'm running. I figured you might be Catholic too, judging by your name, St. Benedict. I like that name, Benedict. It's a good name. No, I mean, I'm running into commenters from other streams. Oh, I see. My bad. Sorry. I do get that a lot, though. And sometimes, like I said, as I'm speaking, my mouth is like out of sync with what you hear coming out of my mouth, like what I'm saying in the video, which is annoying. I don't know how that happens, but and welcome to the channel, St. Benedict. It's nice to meet a fellow Catholic on here. Pretty cool. Yeah, well, it's obvious I'm not AI. I think people just say that to troll, honestly.
Some might genuinely think it though. Some people don't know what to believe because, I mean, when I see something that's AI, it's almost immediately obvious to me. Some AI is pretty damn good, don't get me wrong. I've been fooled momentarily by a certain clip or whatever. But then I take a closer look and then I notice there's like an extra finger. Thank you very much, Lewis. Thank you. Psalm 23. Excellent. Appreciate it. Psalm 23. Chapter 23. Okay. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. Now, let me move my fan. I don't know if you guys hear my fan in the back, but there we go. That way it's blowing on me too. Okay, sorry. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That's definitely a Bible verse, one of the more memorized verses of the Bible, I think. Any other suggestions? Thank you very much. We're going to do 3 more. I never once begged for money, Jason. I said thank you to the kind people who gave it to me or donated it to me, because I'm sure that they appreciate the hard work I do for this channel and for the community on this channel. We talk about very serious matters. We talk about recovery and addiction. You know, I also sell my art here. So you know what? I honestly, Jason, I don't need this kind of shit from assholes like you. Bye-bye. Yes, yes. We should say a rosary for that guy. Wow, you know, he immediately assumes that, and he never once heard me ask for anything. Like, I just said, thank you. What does he want me to do? Just not thank anyone for supporting my channel? That's the whole point of my channel being monetized. Like, what the heck? That's the same thing as, like, I go and see my therapist, and he's helping me out, and it's like, and then someone comes up and says, oh, you're just begging your clients for money, I see. No, really, it is not. What constitutes an actual job to that person? Stupid. I've seen people on these lives doing literally nothing on their live streams, on different live streams. You know, I've seen people on live streams doing literally nothing but begging for money, and I don't do that. I just think it's very unbecoming. You know, you have people sleeping and then you have people giving them donations of like 20, 30, 40, you know? And it's like, it's ridiculous that people have to be so callous and mean-spirited when they don't know a person. They just assume it, whether they've heard anything come out of their mouth or not, you know? It's weird. Romans chapter 8, verse 35-39. Thank you. He wants you to get angry. Yeah, probably. That's why I blocked him. He's probably mad now. Yeah, I don't get angry. I just get a little perplexed by, you know, like, get a life, right? It's just a little weird. Is all. Curious. Romans chapter 8, verse 35 to 39. Thank you for the gifts, Ezra. Thank you very much. Beautiful. Thank you. 8, chapter 8, verse. We've been live streaming, by the way, since like 6 o'clock. So it's almost been 4 hours. I really do apply myself. And I try to be productive and helpful. Chapter 8, verse 35 to 39. Here we go. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation or distress, or persecution or famine, or nakedness, or peril or sword? As it is written, for thy sake we are being killed all the day long. Excuse me. We are regarded as sheep to be slaughtered. No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am sure that neither death nor life, nor angels nor principalities, nor things present nor things to come, nor powers nor height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. That's beautiful. I love that one. My nose isn't big, but you know what? I like big noses, so joke's on you. I like big noses, I like big noses. I like 'em aquiline, I like 'em comical. Music? No, she's a female. Wonderfully and fearfully made. Oh, thank you, Benedict. I appreciate that. I love the... Thank you. Well, we're gonna do two more Bible verses, okay? I like your face a lot. Thank you, Bill. Your nose looks similar to Thor's. I gotta look that up now. Thor! I never liked those dinky little ski jet noses that people actually get plastic surgery to get, you know? Like a lot of girls want that tiny little ski jet nose. I mean, I don't think it's like ugly or anything, but it's boring. I like interesting looking faces. I like, you know, I find, I like character and features, in a person's features. I guess a ski jet nose has its own character, but I like defined is the right word. Aquiline. My nose isn't aquiline though, it's something else. It's like, has this little bump there and then it kind of swoops down right there and then, or dips I should say, and then like that. Let's see here. Thank you, Goji fan. They're my reading glasses. They're the weakest strength. First time having to use them. I don't understand. Okay, wait, sorry. I gotta start up here. Oh, Philippians chapter 4, verse 6 to 10. Okay, we'll do that one in a second. Yes, faced with character. Yes, a face with character. Character is almost exotic. Yeah, and you know that's also why I think that some people better as they age because they just become more refined. I don't understand why be criticize or compliment people's appearance when we had no control over it, like eye color. The person had nothing to do with it. Yeah, I know, Emily. I like compliments. Compliments are nice, it's just, but why insult a person's appearance? I think, well, people are just stupidly want to bring others down to make themselves feel better because they're insecure. So I'm pretty fine with just my overall appearance, and nothing they can say about my appearance is gonna make me, cry myself to sleep, so to speak. I could really care less, you know. And it's usually jealous people who talk like that to other people. Usually, normal people or people who couldn't give a less of a shit, or they just wouldn't say anything. Some people, they either have just malicious intentions, or they're just plain jealous and they want to bring someone else down to make themselves feel superior. It could be a number of reasons, but I'm not gonna stew over that. I don't know them. They don't know me. Oops, sorry, Emily. I hate it when I almost fuck it up here. Okay, Philippians chapter 4, verses 6 to 10. Thank you. Thank you, Ball Striker Bandito. That's from the New Testament, I believe. There we go. Excuse me. Oh, I already highlighted this part. Have no anxiety about anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God, and the peace of God, which passes all understanding, will keep your hearts and your minds in Jesus Christ. In Christ Jesus. Beautiful. Amen. That's beautiful. I think we're going to do 2 more. Hey, good night, Lewis. Thank you very much. You have a good one, okay? Sleep well and you sweet dreams. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Okay, I won't do that. I will not do that. I'm tempted, but I won't. Let's see here. Should we go to a random one, or do you guys have any other suggestions? Okay. Jeremiah, here's a good one. It's one of my favorites too. For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. It's chapter 29, verse 11. For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Isaiah chapter 41, verse 10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my victorious right hand. That's one of my favorites too. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 2. Treasures gained by wickedness do not profit, but righteousness delivers from death. And I'll do a longer one. The last one will be a longer one, okay? Okay, I've read that one a lot here. Psalms chapter 13. We'll read the whole chapter. How long, O Lord, wilt thou forget me forever?
How long wilt thou hide thy face from me? How long must I bear pain in my soul, and have sorrow in my heart all the day? How long shall my enemy be exalted over me? Consider and answer me, O Lord my God. Lighten my eyes, lest I sleep with the sleep of death. Lest my enemies say, I have prevailed over him. Lest my foes rejoice because I am shaken. But I have trusted in thy steadfast love. My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation. I will sing to the Lord, because he has dealt bountifully with me. To the choir master of David. Oh, here's a good one. You know what? I'll actually read one more. Let me see if I'll do the whole thing, though. Yeah, I'll do the whole thing. I'll also do chapter 14 of Psalms. Chapter 14, the whole thing. The fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They do abominable deeds. There is none that does good. The Lord looks down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there are any that act wisely, that seek after God. They have all gone astray. They are all alike corrupt. There is none that does good, no, not one. Have they no knowledge, all the evildoers, who eat up my people as they eat bread, and do not call upon the Lord? There they shall be in great terror, for God is with the generation of the righteous. You would confound the plans of the poor, but the Lord is his refuge. Oh, that deliverance for Israel would come out of Zion, when the Lord restores the fortunes of his people. Jacob shall rejoice, Israel shall be glad. One more, because this is short, okay? Chapter 15. O Lord, who shall sojourn in thy tent? I probably pronounced that completely wrong. Sojourn. Sorry. Oh boy. Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He who walks blamelessly and does what is right, and speaks truth with his heart from his heart, who does not slander with his tongue, and does no evil to his friend, nor takes up a reproach against his neighbor, in whose eyes reprobate is despised, but who honors those who fear the Lord, who swears to his own hurt and does not change, who does not put out his money at interest and does not take a bribe against the innocent. He who does these things shall never be moved. Wow. Beautiful. Okay, guys. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you very much, everyone. One more funny face, because it's been requested a few times before, so I'll end it with that. No, that was bad. Duck lips. Okay, no. There you go. Okay, that was disturbing. Respects from Oregon. Hey, Mr. West. Back at you, man. You want me to read Joshua chapter 1, verse 9? Okay. One more. Just one more. But please like and subscribe. Very much appreciated. It really does help the channel, as I'm sure you're aware. Jacob, right? Did you say Jacob? Joshua. One more. I don't think I read Joshua very often. So that'll be nice. Nice little changing. Changing. That song always just makes me think of Shrek. It's David Bowie, of course, but it always reminds me of Shrek when he became a human. In Shrek 2. That movie's so good. Oh, there it is. Yes, Old Testament 187. There we go. Chapter 1, verse 9. And speak of the devil, dude, like, I highlighted that one. Almost every time you guys recommend one, it's been highlighted by me. Have I not, so yes, chapter 1, verse 9 of the book of Joshua. Have I not commanded you, be strong and of good courage, be not frightened, neither be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. Amen. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Yep, we did Psalm 3. Oh, you want me to do, okay. If I'm going to do the whole chapter, let me just see if I already did it, okay? Actually, you know what? If you want to hear it, even if I've already done it, I'll do it again for you. Psalm 23. Yeah, I did, but I'll read it again, one more time, and then we'll end the live stream. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. That's a good one to end with, too. So, God bless you guys. I hope you all have a good night or morning, afternoon, wherever you happen to be at. And, yeah, Joshua chapter 1 verse 9 is a good one. Absolutely. I don't know who Nicola Carey is. Let me look that up. Is Australia, you say? Yep. Nicola Carey? Was it Nicola Carey? Like Jim Carrey? Yeah. Actually, he has 2 R's in his Carey. There we go. Cricket. I remember we used to play croquet at my grandma's house, the same game that they played in Alice in Wonderland. That was so much fun. She had the perfect backyard for that. I haven't played that game since I was like probably 10. Let me see. Oh, wow. Yeah. Nice. She's pretty. She has a much stronger jawline than I do, though. But yeah, she's pretty. Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, she's you know, sometimes you gotta see people in movement, you know, like if it's just smack dab in the middle of a, you know, just that's not the best photo of her, but she's pretty. She looks very Germanic. Honestly, I don't have I have a little bit of Danish in me. It's mostly English though. English and Welsh. Yeah, I'd guess that she's got like German or Norwegian maybe. Mm. Oh yeah, she's from Australia. Seems like a lot of people from Australia are blonde. You know? Doesn't it seem like that? A lot of people from Australia are blonde. Like actors and like actresses. There's Nicole Kidman, she's from Australia. Naomi Watts is from Australia. Oh yeah, Mel Gibson is from Australia, but he's brunette. Man, you know, after The Passion of the Christ came out, they really tried to ruin Mel Gibson. Apparently, the media just went crazy, spreading all this misinformation about him being like anti-Semitic and all this other bullshit, you know, and actually he never was. And back then I used to think he, you know, believed that, and I disliked him for it. Now it's like I regret disliking him because you know, I liked him when I was a kid because I used to watch like a lot of movies with him in it, like Braveheart and stuff, and then I disliked him. Well, there was a whole thing with that affair and the drunkenness and all that, and I didn't honestly, as someone who struggled with what alcohol can do, and what it can make me say and do, I almost like, well, I empathize with people who have. I mean, it's not like he continues to behave that way. You know, he was really dealing with it because of what Hollywood was doing to him. They were driving him over the edge, and that's what they wanted. Anyway, I was bringing up people from Australia. That's why we've switched our name to our URL to Tangent T, right? This is more than just a recovery channel. It's a tangent channel too. But we'll also be playing video games at some point. On Friday, I'll receive that component for my hard drive, and we can try that out. So, thanks, guys. You guys have. Russell Crowe is Australian. That's true. Yep. Margot Robbie. There you go. Another blonde Australian lady. It seems like, yeah, like the actresses from Australia will have blonde hair. And all the male actor, or you know, all the actors I can think of from Australia have brown hair. Or you know, whatever. Wow. That's interesting. Kate Blanchett, there you go, another blonde actress from Australia. All of them have blonde hair. Huh. Let me look that up. I'm gonna see what Google thinks of that. Why do so many Australian actresses have blonde hair? First thing that came up. I guess it's that's interesting. Many Australian actresses are blonde due to a mix of heavy Anglo-Celtic ancestry, environmental sun bleaching, and casting preferences. I was guessing casting preferences. European migration established a baseline of lighter features, while Australia's sunny climate and beach culture naturally lighten hair. Additionally, the entertainment industry often favors the surfer girl aesthetic, prompting many actresses to dye their hair. Okay. Yeah, I'll bet some of them have dyed hair. For sure, for sure. Yeah, like Nicole Kidman, actually. Her hair was closer to my color, kind of a light brown, actually. Wasn't it? Or was it red? Yeah. Ah. In acting, however, the perception of a disproportionate number of blondes is largely tied to Hollywood and global beauty standards. Casting directors often seek out actresses who fit the stereotypical sun-kissed Aussie beach babe image. As a result, many notable brunette Australian exports, such as Margot Robbie, she's actually brunette. Margot, I never knew that. I never knew Margot Robbie was brunette. She looks good as a blonde. I wonder if she'd look like brunette, though. Honestly, I think she'll probably look better blonde. But that's probably because I'm used to that. Yeah. So, yeah, the brunette. As a result, many notable brunette Australian exports, such as Margot Robbie, Nicole Kidman, like I mentioned, she had light brown hair. And Teresa Palmer. I forgot who she is, but she sounds familiar. Either naturally possess sandy blonde shades or regularly lighten their hair to maintain their signature look for, yeah, I guess it's the latter. But yeah, cool story, bro. Anywho. Take care, guys. I appreciate you. Yeah, the sun definitely lightens hair. In the summertime, my hair is a little bit lighter too, almost like a sandy light brown. And does go off on a tangent some occasionally, but that's just fine. Precisely. I thank you. God bless. Good night. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Benedict, and welcome to the channel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris Bible. Thank you. Thank you, Ball Striker Bandito. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Omer. Thank you, Mr. West. Thank you, Kurd. Oh, okay. Thank you, Lewis. Gosh, man, I gotta fix my light here. Sorry. I gotta, plug this in somewhere. Very quick. So I can give you guys a little good night. Thank you very much, Lewis. Thank you, Emily. I think you're pretty. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Bill. Oh, and if I say your name twice, it's okay. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, towards the end, it's a. Thank you, Ezra. Thank you, Ezra Woods. Thank you, ZHS. I try to avoid saying goodbye to mean trolls. It's like, what's it? Nah. Thank you, Darage991. If you're still here, Heather, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you. Oh, Axel Pierce isn't here, but I'll just say it. Good. You have a good night, Axel Pierce. It's good seeing you. Not very often that we see you here. Thank you, Joe Hennessy. Thank you, Palak Shodari. Thank you, John. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Trump. Okay. I'll just say. All right. Thank you, Bill, and that's it, pretty much. Thank you, Germany. Thank you, love. Yes, Jesus is King. Um, thank you, Germany. Crazy Betty, indeed. Your face looks like Resident Evil, Ashley. Thank you. And you have a good night too, A-Rock. A-Rockyarudge. Swedish Moose. Oh, that's Stockholm, Sweden. Sounds lovely. Sweden's such a beautiful place. You have a good night. I am about to end the stream, so but I will be here tomorrow. Thank you, Panda. Hey, thank you, Raphael. Thank you, AZ. Thank you for the star as well. Thank you, Sahilling Hat. Thank you, Sakshit. Ready? You know who I'm talking about. All right. Thank you, Nova. Uka can go to hell. And you have a good night too, Pastry. Hope you're behaving yourself. Anyway, God bless and peace. Bye now. You know, I had a volcanology teacher who was just like, when I'd come up to give him my papers, and he always gave me straight A's, because not only did I real love geology, and I wrote all about Nyiragongo volcano, but he just like, as I set my paper down, he's just like, he had like the biggest beer gut, for one thing, and just the most character in his face of anyone I knew, and he just like one eyebrow would go up, he just like twitch. It was just, I can't do it. It was just so funny. It was so funny, man. That guy was a meme. Anyway, it was like, I can't do it. Anyway.